just.
Wow.
Welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Shut, like,
That should fix it. That should have fixed it. That means there was no sound at all in the beginning of stream. No music was playing or nothing. How
Welcome
rude.
back.
How rude. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. I restarted my computer before stream. I had to relog into Discord and everything, so a bunch of my settings might be messed up. I don't know why that keeps happening. I don't know why that keeps happening every time I restart my computer. But I keep getting logged out of stuff and having to, like, reset my settings on things. I don't know.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Thank you, Scully. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Scully. I've been sitting here talking and welcoming people in. No one can hear me. No one can hear me. It's fine. It's fine. Hi, guys. Just imagine that I welcomed everybody in and said hi all the way up to Sue. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It's Friday. Thank goodness, right? Right? Oh, we love it. We love it. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hopefully... Hold on. Let me check my key bindings. Nope. Nope. My key bindings are not saved on Discord either.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
This is gonna be... Hold on. Record keybind. Is it gonna let me tell it what I want it to be? No? Okay. How rude. Toggle mute. There we go. Add keybind. Toggle deafen. There we go, because I'm going to need those later. I'm going to need those later when we're doing open lobbies. In case we have people in VC. So, okay. Well, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Jumbled, welcome in. Enjoy your Revy Frappe. Mihi, enjoy that booze bar blast. Vampy, Emmy, enjoy your red-eyed demon. Lilith, welcome in. Enjoy your flat white zombie. I'm sorry you guys couldn't hear me. We're gonna blame Windows. Blame Windows. It's all Windows. All stinky Windows. Stinky Windows. I'm so sorry, guys. Sabina, enjoy your Oni muffins. Nala, enjoy your sip of scythe. Yeah, boy, enjoy your Java Gen. How is everybody? How is everybody? Again, thank you so much, Scully. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in here and let me know, because I hadn't scrolled enough to see everybody telling me that I was heckin' muted. My goodness. My goodness. I was just over here at the top of chat having no dang clue. Clueless. Clueless. I'm doing well. Listen, it's Friday. I'm glad. I'm glad we've made it. It's the weekend. I'm ready. I'm ready for the weekend.
Has blamed technology. Blame internet,
Valid.
Twitch, software, game, basically all technology. How rude.
Blaming Windows 3,000%. 3,000%. No question. No question. Friday means to start a 50-hour work. Ooh. Sabina. 50 hours is insane. That's insane. Does that mean you have a vacation coming up soon? Or like, why? Why are we working 50 hours? 50 hours is gross. That's gross. Phantasm, welcome in. Enjoy your sanity. That's gross. For Schroet and me, it's Saturday. You guys living in the future. Listen, Lizzie. What's it like? What's it like in the future on Saturday? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what I can expect for the Saturday of the future? Is it going to be a good Saturday for me? It's my new schedule. I do that every 3 weeks now. Are you kidding? Sabina! I hate that for you. I'm so sorry. I love you. I love you. Sabina, when are we gonna hang out? I miss you. I miss you. Hi, Mihi. How are you, cutie? You have your summer vacation coming after these shifts? Good. Good. Are you doing anything during your summer vacation? I streamed again last night. My merchant play was kind of buns. Low-key. Phantasm. Listen, you probably just need like a little practice while streaming. I feel like when I play while streaming, my gameplay is totally different, honestly. Like, I feel like most of the time I play better off stream because I'm less distracted. That's not to say I don't still get distracted. Like, you've played with me off stream. You know I still get distracted. But I think I'm less distracted off stream.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
So it's just easier to like pay attention to what's going on and be aware. I also think my internet company does less of like, what do they call it? The bottlenecking with my internet. So I still have lag issues from time to time, but I have less lag issues.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I don't have anything planned since I'm traveling later this year. That's where my money is going. Well, maybe we can hang out and play some games and stuff, Sabina. iPod, enjoy your Deogen smoothie. How are you? Excuse? What do you mean? Hi, you muted, but hello, here soon. Yes, guys, Sylvan is streaming right now. Please go say hi to Sylvan while Sylvan is streaming.
Surprise, bitch. I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Go say hi to Sylvan. Be like me. I just went and said hi. I went and said hi. I won most games, but on a technical level with Merchant, I'm still lacking. The VOD was painful. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can win and still, like, need improvement on things, you know? And I feel like pubs are also very different than, like, you know, comp games. But I am, Urk. I am. How's your day been? How's your day been? Urk, enjoy your yokai latte. I do have time to hang out and play games during my vacation. Probably going to spend some time with the little niece. But there's always time for games. Good. We'll have to figure out some time that works for both of us then. Because I miss you a lot. I miss you a lot. Hi, Leigh. How are you? Welcome in. How we doing today? How we doing today? I think my sign's not on. I just realized it's not lighting up. It's not lighting up. Wait, that's the wrong... Why are we not lighting up? Did it get unplugged? Did VODKA unplug my sign? Oh, she must have. It must be unplugged somewhere over there. I'll have to figure it out later.
Welcome back.
I know where I've been. Work. Same. Sabina, life's been crazy busy. It's been crazy busy. I get it. I get it. It's been a day going through the motions. I'll be lurking. Love your face. I love your face too, Urk. You know I'm here. You know I'm here. We'll be doing some Survivor later, Urk, if you want to hop in. We'll be doing open lobbies. So anybody's welcome to join later. We're going to be starting with some killer. But I'll be doing some open lobbies with Survivor later, too. Love Bug, enjoy your mermacha. How are you? Had another job interview today, which this interview went really well. Yay! I'm so glad to hear it, Leigh.
I've got some jobs
I'm
ready
so
for
glad
you.
to hear it. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. That's good news. This is good news. When do you hear back about it? Hopefully soon, maybe? I hope. Congratulations, though. That's exciting. Sunday? Well, I've got my fingers crossed for you. I got my fingers crossed for you. Enjoyed that red-eyed demon as well. So, we will not
Welcome back.
dilly-dally today. We're going to hop right into games because we're on a time crunch, guys. We want to try and get to Eerie 1 with Killer before things reset. And they reset tomorrow. I've not played enough Killer to get to Eerie 1. We haven't been playing enough. We've been playing a lot of Survivor lately. But not enough Killer. Not enough Killer. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. I forgot to take pictures before stream, so we're going to have to, like, maybe get, like, a good clip or something. Good makeup clip. I don't know. Do we match my ghost can? Does my makeup match my ghost can? Maybe we can, like... I don't know. Probably not, because we're rainbow and the can's blue. But listen, any excuse to show off ghost, yes. Thank you, Witcher. Thank you. So sparkly, yes. Yes, listen, any excuse to put on jewels on my face as well, we do. We do, Phantasm. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Enjoy your Wraith Wrap, Nala. So, unfortunately, we gotta turn the music off per usual. Per usual, we cannot run the music. I will, however, log into Nightbot and see if we can maybe run some music through there. We'll see if we can run some through there.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
How's it going, Cynical? How are you today? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. All right. And then... All right, let's get YouTube started. You guys are gonna die when you see what my current Steam name is, by the way. I will not explain. I might explain. We'll see. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back. How are we doing today? I hope everybody is doing well. It is Friday. I'm super excited to be here. We are going to be getting into some Dead by Daylight today with 1 day till everything resets. We need to get to Eerie 1 if we can on Killer. We're also going to be doing some open lobbies with Survivor. And, guys, Jason is coming next week along with our new Survivor. And this weekend is DBD's birthday. So there's so many exciting things coming up. Lots of things to celebrate. It's also Pride Month, so we're still celebrating that. And yeah, it's just exciting. Things are exciting right now. But I love my Discord bot. I don't have to get out of bed to lurk on my PC. I love that for you. I love that for you, Leigh. Donated to Trevor Project late last night. Cynical, let me write your name down then. Hold on. Cynical, do you use she, her for your pronouns, or do you have other pronouns you use? I know that shit was funny. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Cynical. I haven't put the notebook away because I still need to color the pride part of it at the top. Moms. She, her? Okay. Beautiful. We got you on there now, too. Excellent. Thank you for your donation. Witcher is streaking with a 180 heckin' stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Witcher in the chat. A Nakey Witcher. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys for the love on YouTube. Thank you for the love on YouTube. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hi, Willie. How are you? Welcome in. We got a hydration station. Choo choo. Everybody, please hydrate with me. Also, Leigh wants to F around and find out what number 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Death. I hope you have somewhere to hide, Leigh. Or an incense. Either way, you're safe. Either way, you are safe for this evening. If you have not already, grab those bingo cards. Grab those bingo cards. We've already got bingo set up. I will need your help. Okay, so if something happens in bingo between games, I need you to tell me what number we need to call so I can try to call it, okay? So I'm gonna need your help with that. Until we can get some extra help, maybe with some modding on the DVD bingo. Scared Dark Man, welcome in. Wait, you changed your name back. You changed your name back. Hold up. I gotta fix your auto shout out now. You are out here. Wait, did you just do that? Because I swear to God, you were literally just streaming the other day. Not as Scared Dark Man. Okay, good. I was like, wait a second. Wait a minute. I was really confused for a moment because I was like, I swear. Am I losing my mind? Am I losing my mind? You were like SDM Studios just the other day. Wait, are you gonna be Scared Dark Man on all your platforms now, or is it just on the Purple Place? Just the Purple Place.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Let me go events, shout outs. Hold on. Nikki, hi. How are you? Welcome in. Let me fix this. Add. I need to make you a special one that shouts out like your Instagram and stuff, honestly, so that way people can go check it out, because you do some amazing work everywhere. Just here, I realized a big change in viewers from my stream when I was Scared Dark Man and SDM. It significantly dropped. I think it's really hard. Really hard rebranding. Like when people just don't recognize what your username is anymore. And honestly, like, Scared Dark Man is so... It's such like an iconic sounding name. It's such an iconic sounding name. So I can see where that might make a difference. I can see that. Hi, Corodius. How are you? Welcome in. Zach, enjoy your Regicato toast. How are you? Whippy's wailing. Had people jump back into my stream that I haven't seen in a year since I changed it. What? Yeah, see? Bad connection. I'm currently driving home 3 to 4 hours. Okay, so you're still on your way home. Still on your way home. I hope you're having a safe trip home, Whippy. I'm doing well. It's Friday. Happy to be here. Happy for Friday. You know. I think most of us are happy that it's Friday, right? Right. All right. Let's come over to our game. How's your day going, though? What are you up to? What shenanigans you been causing? What shenanigans have you been causing today? Corodius. One must know. One must know. Should we move our bit buddy? Should we move our bit buddy over here for today? Have our bit buddy come hang out over here. Boop. All right. I should have it set. Yeah, you guys can see what keys I'm hitting. Going to your birthday lunch. Happy birthday. Where are you going for birthday lunch? Drinking peach crown and ginger ale. Ooh, that sounds really good. Sounds really good. When are you streaming next, Scared? When are you streaming next? I feel weird calling you by your username, but like, Steven, when are you streaming next? Time for DVD fun. Yes. Yes, we're very excited. Very excited. Very excited. So, let's see. Let's grab our Bloodpoints. Soon actually gonna get some Resident Evil 9 and try to finish it. Let's go. Let's go. Gotta do it. Let's get our free gift. Can't forget that. And let's hop into some killer. Let's hop into some killer. I was playing Hag for a little bit last night. I think we might continue that. Don't forget to grab your bingo card if you haven't. We'll see how it goes. I can't guarantee it's gonna go well, but we're gonna give it a try. Maybe we'll also get into some nurse a little bit again, because I really still want to get good at nurse. I don't know. We'll bounce around. We're currently sitting at silver 2. It's gonna be a grind, but I think we can get to Eerie 1. I think we can do it. We got some ads. You guys wanna drop while we're in ads? You can. Why we banning chat? What did chat do? Please, don't ban everybody. These are my friends. Whippy. If I need to adjust the game volume, by the way, please tell me. So I can adjust it. I'm scared this is gonna be bad with being our first game of the night. I'm scared. I don't like your friends. Oh, why don't you like my friends, Whippy? What did they do to you? Bring back more horror again. Missed it. Just feels better as Scared Dark Man. I think Scared Dark Man is just like super fitting for you too. Look at JoJo cozy into pot. Oh, and with Shrot. Shrot's in the pot with JoJo. Look at him getting cozy in there. Did you guys see what my name was, by the way? Did anybody catch it? Just out of curiosity. Did anybody catch my name? Also, hi on YouTube, JoJo. Let me refresh this, because it didn't show up there. Okay. They haven't showered in days. Oh no, you guys gotta shower. Don't be like Whippy. How you doing, Bri? Welcome in. Bri, how's your power? Is everything back on? Are you gonna be able to play some Survivor with me later? I have German blood, so it's a German pot. Oh, okay. That checks out. You know what? That checks out. Valid. You know what? I didn't let you guys finish words on stream, did I? Okay, yeah, I did.
The Great Claw sent. Hello, is this where I find ghosty hand content?
Hi.
Where's Ghost Kitty? Hashtag.
This is not where you find the
Hashtag
Ghost
Shana
Kitty.
Man just
Hashtag dirty
resubscribed
chat.
for 11 months at Tier 1.
Steven, thank you for the 11 heckin' months. I heckin' adore you. Wonderful bean. You know what? We're gonna put a trap right here in the grass. I feel like people always path right through there. Oh look, somebody's right there already. just gonna drop that. We'll break it. Hag's the scariest to you? Why is that? Boom. Go ahead, drop it. That was fine. Just let her drop all the pallets. I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, if you want to drop everything, I'm cool with that. However, cannot have your friends working on our gens. Disrespectful. Go ahead. You want to drop Shack pallet now? Okay, nobody was actually here. Jump scares. Listen, we love a good jump scare, though. The grass is, like, taller than me. It's kind of hard to see. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Who am I even in chase with? I don't even see anybody. My god, they are all over here. You really just want that gen, don't you? Stop erasing my trap. Disrespectful. Stop working on this gen in front of me. Also disrespectful. Hate playing Chucky for that reason. Because it's hard to see. She's just so little. Go ahead, drop it. You're the one ruining the pallets for literally everybody here. Can I put a trap here? Okay. They've gotten rid of the one over by the window again. And they're on this gen now. Okay. I'm having trouble here. I can't hit and see anything. Okay, that's still regressing. We're just gonna place a little trap here. I hear somebody. She's right here. Go ahead. Drop the pallet. These people really like getting taken off the gens. That's, I think, still regressing. Yep. They're healing over here. She's gonna drop that. Beautiful. The map with the corn. Oh my god, yeah. When you're little and you can't see, it's hard. It's hard. Put one there and one there. And just for good measure. Because they seem to want that gen. Let's see, what other gens are we working on? Out of curiosity. Oh, they're healing over here. No. Gonna go ahead and get you. Don't think any of them had flashlights, so I don't have to worry about that. We're gonna put that there, though. And then we're gonna put a trap here. And we're actually gonna put one on the way up as well. I see them over here. Oh, he did have a flashlight. We're just gonna leave her down and come after her. I lost her in the grass. Oh my god. Okay. Now I've got two of you here, though. Uno. Dos. Nope. I don't think I'll be able to get her to basement, but... It's okay. Where are they gonna go heal, though, is the question. Working on a gen right here. Let's kick this bad boy. We need to trap it, though. Hi, Jinxie, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Wow! I can't see! I'm so little! They're healing over here. Go ahead, drop it. Oh, you're gonna greet it for once. Look at you. But you, nope. Sorry. Sorry, buddy. You set off my trap. Oh, that one's already gone. Oh. We're gonna, oh, I didn't make it. That's okay. That's okay. We'll just come this way. Go ahead.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh, up here? Where'd he go? Yeah, he went up here. Okay, he's gonna flashlight me. Oh no, he's not gonna flashlight me. That's surprising. They're working on the other gen though. They're gonna pop that gen while he tries to loot me. Yep. Been a minute. Yeah. I hope you've been doing well, though. Have you been since the game thing? I've been good. I've been good. Life's been, like, crazy busy, but I've been good. Been good, though. Nikki, look at you streaming with that 20 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki in the chat. A Nikki in the chat. I mean, we definitely didn't get a win, but at least we got a kill. Not terrible for our first game. My dude, really? Why don't you just leave? Where's your friend at?
Looks like there are
Where's
others out
the
there in need of help.
What you been up to, though? How have you been? Have you been? Okay, she left. Have you been? Jenny, welcome in. Enjoy those abake thingies. How are you, cutie? Anna, enjoy that macchiato miling. How are you? How are you? Hello, iPod. You're nude. Oh my god, you are. You streaking. You streaking with that 10 stream streak. Look at you. Look at you. Oh my god, and Solvin's coming in here. Solvin's coming in here while iPod is streaking. You guys better close your eyes. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked iPod in here while Solvin's raiding. How's everybody doing? Guys, please go follow Solvin if you have
Solvin just
not.
raided with
It is
16
free to do
enemies.
Out there in
so.
need of help.
Free to do so. And you guys know we heckin' adore Solvin. I gotta play Legion, hit survivors 3 times, and a single use of Feral Frenzy as Legion. Oh, I don't know how to play Legion. Okay, well, you know what? I guess we're gonna try. Hopefully I have some buddy party streamers on Legion. I don't know. Solvin, how was your stream? I gotta close my tab now because I don't need a Shana tab. Don't need a Shana tab. How was it? Tell me about it. When are you streaming next? When are you streaming next? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How is everybody? How is everybody? I gotta call some DVD bingo stuff too. Tell me about your stream. Tell me all about it. Are you gonna join some DVD later when we do Survivor? Welcome in.
What was that?
Hi, True. How are you?
Oh God! What
Where's
the?
Legion? Where the heck is Legion? There's Legion. We gotta come up with a Legion build too. I don't really know what to do for Legion build. But welcome in, Sylvan. Welcome in, Scully. Welcome in, Dakota. Welcome in, Jojo. You were so mad. Why? What happened? Doing good. I hope you're doing awesome today. I am. I am. Doing it very well. Doing very well. Which outfit should we wear? We gotta do a cute outfit. We gotta do a cute outfit. Do we have anything kind of pride theme? Oh my god, we should do the kitty outfit. We should do the kitty one. We should do the kitty one. But I want this knife. Yeah.
Welcome back.
And then Let's see. Coffee cup. Boom. Fire Archer, welcome in. How are you? Also, apologies if I missed anybody's chats. Apologies. Apologies. Bring amazing news with me. That you do. That you do. Rexy, welcome in. Enjoy Ranch Espresso. Been pretty busy. It's almost 4 a.m. here in Germany. I'm making a strawberry cheesecake. Oh my god. I want one. I want a strawberry cheesecake. I'm coming over. I'm coming over, Jinxie. I'm coming over. Oh my god. I'm so jealous. Are you loving your new kitchen set and everything? I know that was what you were getting, right? When we were at the event thing, was the like a new kitchen set and everything, right? So guys, please go follow Jinxie if you have not. If you've not, go check out that heckin' cutie right there. Go heck and check her out. Sorry, I'm having trouble speaking. 12 days of vacation. What are you doing for your vacation? Naked iPod. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hydration station. Choo choo. Everybody, please hydrate. Cloud, welcome in. How are you guys? Also, another wonderful bean right there. Cloud Lizard. Please go check out Cloud Lizard as well. Got a bug that made me want to put my fist through the wall. Okay, what happened? What happened? Was it before I was streaming? Because I might have seen it. I might have seen it. Because I was lurking. I was lurking while I was working and then doing my makeup and stuff. But run and stab. Yeah, I know the gist, but like I never play Legion, so. Another German. Well, hello. Listen, we have a collection of Germans here. I collect Germans. It's my thing. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But I do love my German friends. So, what should we do for a build for Legion? You guys? Steals iPod and Solvin. You cannot have them. They're mine. Guys, also please go follow True if you haven't. We love True. And True's back. We're so glad True is back. We're in Lighthouse. We got a High Priestess card. Ready to smudge. All set up. Wraith. Nothing happened. 0. The game glitched and put us in friendly ghost mode. Okay, no, I did not see that. Oh my god. I would have been so mad. Too, Solvin. That's so upsetting. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. That sucks. Kitty hoodie, yeah. It's the best thing ever. It is. I love the kitty hoodie. Dakota, enjoy your Hantu cold room. Come join later in Survivor Bait. Let's go. Legion, I have to. I'm doing it for my tome, Hellblazer. Also, go follow Hellblazer. He's stinky, but we love him. Probably work on the apartment. We moved and it's just looking a little empty. That's fair. It's exciting though that you get to like decorate and do all that. So games all night and cheesecake. I'm so down. Cheesecake is literally my favorite dessert. It's literally my favorite. Eli, enjoy your Goulet. Enjoy. Leigh wants to F around and find out what number 3. You got the devil. Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a rebel. The ghost did a little event for ya. But you're safe. Was mad. Stream saw me mad. I rage bug reported. I told Kinetic in the steps to repeat to do my custom go in, suffer, and cry. Oh no. Someone was about to pop a blood vessel with it. I'm so sorry. Thana, Blood Echo, Surge, and Bamboozle. Add-ons, Legion, Pin, and Susie's mixtape. I'll try it. Let's see. Thanatophobia. Blood Echo. Surge. And Bam. And then for add-ons, you said Legion Pin and Susie's mixtape. Let me read what these do in a second. Okay, please tell me I have No! Oh, I was hoping I would have... Oh, I do. Oh, Bloody Party streamers. Yay! Okay. Oh, waiting, Phantasm. Waiting. I was borderline going to get Shana the murder look over a bug instead of tarot cards. Listen. I have a very, very bad resting bitch face. My murder look, it's rough. I get it. It's rough.
Welcome back.
It's rough. All right, we'll call this one because I did lose survivors while I couldn't see over the grass. I did down a survivor. I found 2 people on Dungeon. Did I find 3? I don't think I did. I did get flashlighted. I did get smacked kind of on accident. I knew they were going to, but I did hook somebody. Let's see. I did pull somebody off a gen. Let's see. I did talk about Ghost already. Somebody did land in the pot. Oh, that's on there twice? Okay. Cool. And we can call this one. Beautiful. Use Eerie add-on or this killer is not good. Oh. Okay, for... My phone died. That's what I get for listening to Judge Judy while baking. Oh my god. Hey, listen. If you love Judge Judy, nothing wrong with that. Should I use it instead of the Legion pin or the mixtape? Which one? Etched ruler is pretty good too. Not trying to give her the cornball build. What do you mean? Dodo, enjoy your chai tea more. Right? Dodo, your community is in trouble. They've been in here. Talking about the microwave tea and the air fried tea. And then putting Pilk in there now, too. And I just can't, Dodo. Guys, go follow Dodo. It's a good murder look. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvan. Legion's already bad. Oh, no, Hellblazer. Thank you for the 65 biddies. Why 65? Why 65? For the sake of the tome, swap pen with Eerie button. Okay.
Welcome back.
Okay. If you get stunned at a pallet, you instantly recharge Frenzy and can break the pallet right after. Ooh, okay. So while in Frenzy, whenever you use Special Vault pallets, special break. Okay. 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 She's honestly savage. Oh my god. BRB ad time. Okay. Are you winning, Shana? I'm trying, Captain. Air fry tea. Yes, Jinxie. Yes. It's tragic. Slice mayo. No, Moon. Hi, Eli. Captain, enjoy your glory hole milkshake. Oh my god. Thank you for the giant emote, Leigh. Ash, hello. Ash, are you making content again? Because I saw you post on Instagram.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Are we streaming and stuff again? Also, guys, go follow the zombies if you have not already. I said Susie's mixtape. I meant Julie. Sorry, I'm a Susie fan. No, that's fine. So we should do Julie's mixtape instead. Working on it. Well, slowly, not back 100%. No, that's okay. It's okay. Do you have like a schedule you're wanting to do? And like idea of what you're wanting to play and stuff? I saw you posted about DVD. Like, are you focusing on that? Hi, Racer. It's good to see you. Welcome in. So we have Eerie Button. So we can special vault pallets if we get hit by one. Julie's mixtape. If the Legion is stunned while in frenzy, the power gauge refills once the duration of the stun ends. Okay. Then we have Thanatophobia. So cleanse, repair, and sabotage is slower.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
This is fine. Okay. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. You're so sweet, Racer. Toonami tomorrow with the Adventures of Superman, season 3. Let's go. Let's go. How's Nemo, by the way? How are you? How are you? I love you, Zombo. I love you, Zombo. Zombo, are you gonna play when we play Survivor later? If you're available. We're gonna do some open lobbies, so if people want to take turns and stuff, it'd be a lot of fun. Whenever you hook a survivor for 20 seconds, all injured survivors gain exhausted and hemorrhage. Okay. Whenever you down a survivor with a basic attack, generators within 32 meters explode and lose 8% progress. That's surge. Survivors repairing them scream. And then bamboozle, this blocks windows. But whenever we go through the windows ourselves. So, all right. Mystic Fox Rebel streaking with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your rises. And Nikki Mystic Fox Rebel into chat. All right, while we're waiting, if you guys want to drop, you can. Wee! Nepo, hi! How are you? How are you? How are you? Focusing mainly on DVD, only because I really enjoy the game at the moment. I love that! I love that. Well, Ash, if you ever want to play together, let me know. Guys, go follow Ash if you haven't. I love that you're getting back into streaming and making content and stuff, too, because I think you're really funny. Doing great today. Nemo's doing great. I love that. I love that. We've got a Claudette, a Meg, a Rebecca, and a Jane. Let's go. Let's go. Also, I don't know. I don't know if Scully is busy, but if Scully is not busy and would like to help with the bingo, maybe. But if Scully's busy, it's okay. He's okay. Do you mostly play killer? I do both. I wouldn't say mostly killer or mostly survivor at this point. Like, I'm trying to kind of be 50-50. I used to be mostly, like, exclusively survivor. But I've really been upping my killer game a lot. Like, I really want to play a lot of killer, and I especially want to do killer in like tournaments and stuff like that more, but I'm not very good, I would say, at killer, so I'm still just a baby killer. Most of my hours up to this point are in survivor, so we still learn in killer. We're still learning killer. But as of late, I've kind of been splitting my time more. All right, so we're not going to use our frenzy until we know where our survivors are. So we've got one right here. There's one. Okay, we need to find more.
Dakota Kula 2000 gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Dakota out of control. Dakota, think of it a gifted. I appreciate you. I do have a redeem, by the way, guys, where you can use bits to choose my killer and my survivor. Wait, where'd they go? I looked away for half a second. Who haven't I hit? I haven't hit the Meg. I don't know where they went. I was trying to hit all of them. Did she go in the basement? Really? Do you have Wicked or do you have a way to heal yourself in the basement? Why are we in the basement? Sorry, you were just closest person, not trying to tunnel. Hi, Blue. Coming through with that 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is a Naked Blue in the chat. A Naked Blue. Let's go. Sounded like she was healing down there, so maybe. Yeah, I wonder if she got herself off the hook there. I see some scratchies here. Her scratch marks are very light, though. I don't know. Wee. Where'd they go? There's 1, 2. I've already got her. Where'd the other go? Oh, she was over here somewhere. I hear her. I'll just get her. Oh, I missed. Stinky. It's fine. La 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 la. I'll just take you to the basement. If you have Killer Instinct on them, you can hit them. Oh. You had a tunneling blight? That is no fun. That is no fun. Like without my power I can hit them? Is that what you mean?
Come.
Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. You can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Oh, in power. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you mean. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh. Wait, I can do that too, see? Come here, Rebecca. Okay, well, that's fine. They've only gotten one gen done. What is she doing? Girl, you are on death hook. What are you doing? Where'd she go? Are we going to shack? Okay. I mean, I'll take the kill. I don't know where Hook is. Oh, is it over here? Last Stand Rebecca, that's why you got stunned. Oh, yeah. I figured that she was using Last Stand. I figured. I still hit her, though. So, that's fine. I hear you healing. Don't know why. This was not a good place to heal, my friend. And now you're dead. Okay. I'm coming for you, Rebecca. Go ahead. This person's name is Ghostface. I love that. Why are you laughing, Eli? Should have given Legion an apple peeler as a weapon. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. They are going to peel you. Ha ha ha. They're very appealing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It is Rebecca Chambers. I probably could have just downed her. But this is fine. Alright, where's Rebecca? I see scratch marks. Where is she? Oh, she's going for the save over here. Come here, Rebecca. Alright. Kill all of them. Should I kill all of them, or should I let at least one of them go? You guys vote. Let me see what I see more of in the chat. I am trying to get to Eerie 1. So it might be more beneficial to kill all of them. But you guys can let me know what you think. Coochie creature? Yeah, that's my current name. One for kill all of them. It's my job. It is my job. This is true. I'm a killer. You're right. All right, if I must. If I must.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Don't forget your coochie creature. These people don't know what's coming for them. It's true. It's true. It's true. What's my main? I don't know that I have a killer main. Ice Keep? I don't know. Sorry for the delayed reply for YouTube, by the way. I'm a little slower. I am still deciding on who my killer main is gonna be. I am leaning toward nurse or artist, probably. Possibly hag, just because I enjoy playing hag. But I'm really focusing on like learning nurse right now. So we'll see. We'll see. Start a chase with 15 different survivors. We can do that. We can do that. I think we just ran out of Bloody Party streamers on Legion too, so we can go back. I think hag still had some left. And thank you for the build compliment. The people on the purple place actually helped us decide on that. So, Scully, I don't know if you were here earlier when I asked, but are you possibly able to help with bingo? If you're not, it's okay. No pressure if you're not able to. If you're not able to. What are we at right now? We are at silver 2 with 2 pips. So, let's see. We did get a 4K. Look at us go. I did say I'm just a baby. One of them was a Meg. We killed a Meg. Let's see. You should I am not gonna main Myers. We will do a stream where I play Myers though. You guys got that for our charity streams. So we will be doing that. We will be doing that. But all right, look at that. Oh my god, we've already had so many things happen. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can help, sure. I might fall asleep later. No, if you fall asleep, it's okay. It's okay. I know you need sleep, so no worries. No worries. Okay, so we're out of Bloody Party streamers on... We do have Survivor Pudding, though, so let's use Survivor Pudding. Alright, we're going to stick with this build for now unless anybody thinks they have a better build we could use. But I'm kind of liking this one for now. So I think maybe we'll stick with it. When's the Skull Merchant stream? I've never played Skull Merchant before. I've never played her before. I don't even know how. I don't even know how, Phantasm. You'll have to teach me, because I don't even know how. Is Survivor Pudding goulash? You know what? It probably is, honestly. It probably is. Trickster's cum slut. I love that for her. Rosaria.
I'm planning on taking another
Panther. Phasma. Gin Trap. What names? What names, you guys?
The goal is to be a sauce.
Tricksters, but not Mina's band. I mean, listen, Trickster's hot too. Okay. Trickster's hot too. It's fine. Trickster's in my top 3 for hottest killers. I think Trickster's hot, so I'll take it. Something's always annoyed me about him. I mean, he's definitely very arrogant, so I can understand if like his arrogance is that's probably what it is, honestly. If arrogant people annoy you anyway. I don't know if this is gonna be a good map. Probably not. I don't know where places to place traps on this map really are. Questionable. You know what? I'm gonna try and just hide some in some random places that they might pass. We'll see. This is gonna be a little trial and error on this map. A little trial and error, because I don't...
Dagrid Claw said Claw's being sus again and getting modded by Tangent. What's new?
Did you get modded by Tangia? If we have any mods available to check the Tangia stuff, that'd be great. Oh, that was cheeky. That was cheeky. Where's your gin regression perks? I didn't put any for this build. When I was using it last night, I didn't really need any. I was doing fairly well without it, honestly. I don't know with this map, though. We'll see. Shana looks good with claws. Oh my god. If you have a build suggestion, I'm happy to hear it though. I thought she was gonna greed there. She did not. I've just got to kind of stay on the gins. Is the thing. And also keep them from healing each other. What is she doing over here? Are you just like trying to waste my time over here? Oh, Ooh, sneaky. I said, ooh. Nice try. It sucks because there's like nowhere for me to hide my traps. They're all so visible. They're all so visible. They're all so freaking visible. I'm gonna go check on this gen back here. And they already erased one over there. They're getting her off the hook. It's fine. It's fine.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
This is not a good game. Not a good game. That's okay. They can't all be winners. Oh, okay. I don't want to tunnel. I think that was the same Michaela. I don't know. Maybe it was a different Michaela. Aw, man. That's okay. But yeah, if you have a build suggestion, I'm happy to try it out, Hellblazer. I'm always happy to try out your ideas, Hellblazer. I have no idea where to put traps on this freaking map. I really don't. We're just gonna willy-nilly put some traps. Whee! Willy-nilly. Willy-nilly. What? Why did it hit him and not just take him off the gen? Huh? I'm confused. Hi, call me Aqua. How are you? It's good to see you. Heard about this really neat build. I think it's called Shana's Hot. Pass it on. No, 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 no. Purple. Purple is hot. Pass it on. Can attest. Can attest. Have met Purple. Purple is in fact hot. Pass it on. Also, Amber is hot. Pass it on. Have you guys been to amberishot.com? If not, you totally should. If not, you totally should. Highly recommend it.
No, stop giving me money.
I wasn't looking or paying attention, and I
Leigh.
put 200 bits into the community fund.
What do you, wait, what is the community fund? What is that? What do you mean, Leigh?
Friend Linda says hello.
Thank you for the biddies. They're probably gonna hit me with that pallet. They did not. That's surprising. Definitely could have. Definitely should have. Kind of crazy that they did not. Oh, how did I miss her? I'm stinky. I need to go check the door. I learned I could spin them to let anyone use them. Wait, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy. That's actually really cool, though. Are they going to the other door? Or are they going around? I bet they're going around. Yeah, they probably are. They probably are. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Amber is hot AF. Please, Zombo! That's naughty. That's naughty. She changed it up. She was having a great time. Oh my god. She trolled me so hard last night, Purple. I honestly should have had somebody clip my reaction. It was so funny. It was so funny. My reaction was freaking hilarious. Because I finally got it to load. I finally got it to load. It was so heckin' hilarious. Oh, you were here lurking? It was so freaking funny. Oh my god, they said read my bio. Let me see. Hold on. It was so freaking hilarious. I don't know if I can read this on stream. Throat Goat Supreme 2022 to 2024. Alex, I'm coming for you next year. Hungry for a killer to knock me up. I know it's impossible, but if the killer loves me hard enough, I believe in miracles. Ready to be torn apart and tag team by Wesker and Trickster.
Nightmare,
Double the
nightmare,
domination.
nightmare,
double the dripping.
nightmare,
Oh my god.
nightmare,
This
nightmare.
is somebody's bio from the game we just played, Jojo. Double the dripping mess. Gay femboy and utterly breedable. I'm dying. Submissive and dripping, begging for a brutal Mori after a wild night of sen. This is like reading somebody's Craigslist ad. I'm dead. I'll gladly take one for the team and get absolutely wrecked by the killer.
Welcome
Your
back.
personal CS and heart, no limits. Third place CS of 2023. Second place for 2024. Climbing the ranks with every filthy relentless pound. Oh my god. Treat me like less than human. Play with me for hours. Make me beg and scream for more. I'll lay down my life and body for the killer. Do whatever you want. Break me, use me, own me. Tag me, Nemesis, Trickster, Dracula, and Wesker. Cover me head to toe in hot... I'm not reading that out loud. And leave me crippled and begging for weeks. Make me your plaything anytime, anywhere. I'm always wet. Ready and aching for the next round. I am dead. Enjoys long walks with a tail vibe and a mouthful of sin. Dripping with desire and ready to be clipped. It does feel like a smart book transcript. I cannot. Thank you for the follow. We keep them anonymous so you can lurk or chat whatever you are comfortable with. I cannot remove my old bio, so I had to redo it. Oh my god. Hi, Kebab. Welcome in. Positive. Enjoy your macchiato miling. Uvu, how are you guys? Please go follow Uvu if you have not already. One of our night terrors on Nightmare Network and a heckin' amazing bean. You will love Uvu. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. This is amazing. They put some effort in. Holy sheesh. I crave the roughest hands, the hardest thrusts, the deepest bites, leave marks that last longer than the night. I'm your slut to break, your toy to abuse, your femboy to breed and ruin. No safe words, no limits, just pure unfiltered submission and endless lust. I want to be heart until I forget my own name. Drenched in sweat and heart. Trembling under your control. I want to be gagged with your heart. Tied down in heart, raw. Until I'm nothing but a moaning mess of need. Make me your personal, I'm not saying that, your breeding heart. Your willing slave to every filthy desire. I'll beg for your, swallow every drop, and beg for seconds. I'm insatiable and ready to be ruined. I'm the femboy who lives to be heart, senseless, to be covered in heart, and to be claimed like the dirty little slut I am. I would like to remind everybody we are 18 plus here. Make me your obsession, your favorite heart, your personal playground for every twisted fantasy. I'm the heart, soaked canvas, your darkest fantasies. Paint me with your sin. Fun fact, in 1992, President Bush threw up on the Japanese Prime Minister, Kiichi Miyazawa. Wait, is that true? I gotta Google that. It is true. During the state dinner in Tokyo. Shut up. He was suffering from acute gastroenteritis, slumped forward and fainted while vomiting into Miyazawa's lap. How embarrassing. Oh my god. I feel bad for both of them. Honestly, I feel bad for both of them, but Lord. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Oof. Oof. How you doing, Alexis? It's good to see you over on YouTube. Fun fact 2. President Taft had a prize cow that got misplaced on the wrong train car and almost killed. Huh. Fact 3. Cuban dictator Fidel Castro had more than 600 attempts or schemes against him. Also, he was known to love milk and tried to make a super cow. What would a super cow be? What would a super cow be? I need to know. Like a chocolate cow? Like a chocolate milk cow? Because I feel like that would be a super cow. These were patch notes for the first... To be honest, I thought these were patch notes for the first 5 seconds. These are not patch notes. This is somebody's bio that we just played against. I'm dying. It's how creamy keyboards are made. You know what? We're going to play the Creamy Keyboards ad while we wait for our next round after I finish reading this. I feel like that's what this calls for. I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something here. Hold on, I gotta find it. Where is it? Where is my Creamy Keyboards ad? Sounds? Music? Yeah. Oh, I think this is it. Yes. Okay. Fun fact 4. President Jackson had to have his pet parrot removed from his funeral due to its excessive swearing. I want a parrot that swears a lot. That's kind of fantastic. There's some kind of patch notes, please, Purple. Everyone talks for the space program, I think. Oh, really? You know what? Probably. That would make sense for what I know of how the Japanese might respond to something like that. Anything I should add to it? Taft's cow was Pauline Wayne. Oh, Kebab, is this you? Kebab, I'm dying. This is hilarious. The cow was named Pauline Wayne. Oh my god. Have a good night and fun matches. Thank you so much, Jinxie. Get some good sleep. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's good to see you. And guys, please go follow Jinxie again if you have not. See you later, lovely. See you later. Could handle the heat of Cuba and produce milk really well. Oh, is that okay? That's really cool. Interesting. I didn't know. Are you thinking anything you should add to it as in like fun facts or anything you should add to your smut story? Your smut story up here. I'm dying. This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Serving looks and attitude 24/7, handle with care. Love it. I crave the sting of your the bite of your teeth, the roughness of your hands, marking me as yours. I want to be pushed to my limits, broken down and rebuilt with every filthy thrust. My body is your canvas, my moans your soundtrack, my submission your masterpiece. I'm ready to be your slut, your pet, your broken toy all night, every night, no questions asked. Fill me, stretch me, own me. I'm yours to ruin and rebuild again. Damn. I want to drown in your heart, soaked and dripping, begging for more until I'm nothing but a mess of lust and need. Living for the moments that make you question reality. Looking for a killer who can keep up or at least try. Want to bury my face in Leon Kennedy's ass. Dead. Thank you to Blue Pikmin for being cool as fuck. Skills, heart. Kissing ass. Springtrap is Jen's heart. And only her heart. Dead. This is so good. Wait, real. Why do I always come back to streams and we talking about smut? Continue. Why not, Urk? Why not is the real question. This bio sounds like an ex of mine. I mean, this bio is incredible. I'm impressed by the effort put in here. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for reading that, but incredible. Incredible effort there. What a read. Thank you for being here. Skills, please. I'm dead. Amber, I love you. Welcome in. Amber is hot. Pass it on. Please go follow Amber if you have not. Amber is streaking with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki Amber in the chat. Load. Springtrap is Jen's bitch and only, you know what? That's fair.
Nightmare.
Jen can have Springtrap. I've seen what that man looks like without his animatronic fit on, and I want nothing to do with it. I'll take Foxy though. If I was more shameless, my bio would be similar, but women instead. Valid. Amba's the hottest. Pass it on. Agreed. Smut. Sabina said smut. Sabina, did you hear the bio that I just read? You didn't go back because smut. I'll take smut to put in or fun facts. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish Crashly was here because I feel like Crashly would have some good smutty lines for you. I feel like she would have some good smutty lines for you. I'll have to I don't know that I can come up with something good like just off the top of my head. I don't know. It's too much pressure. She says as she reads probably way too much smut. Way too much. Amber is a hottie. It's so true. So true. Amber is hot and streaking. Pass it on. Amber is so hot. My eyes are wide open. I didn't hear it. I'm at work. Oh my god, fair. Not really paying attention. Sabina, hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna copy and paste this. I'm gonna send it to you. This is the bio that we just read, Sabina. I'll DM it to you since you're at work. Sabina. There you go. Okay. Boop. If you have anything to add to it to make it more smutty, or if anybody has any fun facts, please give Kebab some ideas. Please give Kebab some ideas, guys. Help Kebab out. Help Kebab out. We can probably add some fun stuff to that for you. We've got a creative community here. Oh, I just saw you said you're Kebab 70. Okay. I hadn't seen that, sorry. Oh, just a silly goose. You're our silly goose, and we love you, Amber. We love you. I think there's something wrong with my streak. I've had stream open, and it's not going up. Oh, shoot. You know, people have said that happens to them sometimes. Try closing and reopening. I don't know if it'll work, but try. Try. You can copy it if you want. I did copy and paste it to send it to Sabina. I love your creativity though. It's fantastic. Fantastic, Kebab. I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. Scully wants number 9. You got it. You got the devil. Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a rebel. Got a little ghost event, maybe a little red light event, but you're safe. Still need to add to it. If I come up with anything, I will let you know. My creativity is a little shot right now. I'm not gonna lie. After the crazy work week I've had, but if I think of anything, I will definitely let you know. We are smut readers around here. So tried a few times down. 118. Going to lose it at that. No, you're not allowed. That's not allowed. That's not allowed, Sabina. Try, instead of being on the app, try logging in through your browser. Try logging in through your browser on your phone. Try logging in through your browser on your phone. See if that works. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. It's just an idea. Hellblazer, are you still here? Did you want to change my build? Did you have a suggestion before we go into the next round? Are we sticking with this? What are we at right now? Ugh. Silver 2 still. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that you have a really good next game. I had no idea, I'm going to be really honest with you, where to put traps on that map. I was so lost when I loaded in there. I was like, well, don't know what I'm doing here. But Thank you for the good game and the fantastic laugh at the end there. So I hope you have a good next game. That's true. That's true. You should have a way to watch either my VOD for a few minutes or a clip. Yeah. Only played Hag for the achievement, so I can't help. No, that's fair. I've really enjoyed playing her. I mean, she's a lot of fun. I've been trying out a few different builds and stuff on her.
Dakota Kula 2000 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Kebab
She's a good
70.
time, and she like
Enjoy your stay at
she's
Shana's
fun
Sunny
because
Meadows.
she really jump scares people a lot, you know. The jump scares are good. The jump scares are good. Dakota, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Kebab as well. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, we're gonna play the. If you guys don't know this.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
me.
nightmare.
Just stick with it. Just stick with it. She's nightmare fuel. We're gonna run ads so you guys don't miss anything.
Ghosts, we have a hype train.
We're hype training? Excuse? How did that even happen? Deep and creamy hype train? A deep and creamy hype train? Oh my god. This is another map that I don't know how we're gonna do this on this map, but we'll figure it out. We're just gonna place a bunch of maps. Deep and creamy hype train, ladies and gentlemen. GG's. GG's to you too, Kebab. Good luck on your next match, for real. I hope it goes really well for you. Amber. Thank you for the
Rambler
gifted.
gifted a tier 1 subscription to Creamy and Dreamy. Enjoy your stay at
Creamy
Shana's
and
Sunny
dreamy.
Meadows.
I love it. I love you, Amber. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. I heckin' adore you. I heckin' adore you. I'm still trying to place my traps. How did she get around all my traps here? This is not a great map for me. so unfortunate. At least not with this build. I need to be able to hide my traps. I got stuck. You know what? That's fine. AI Thunder. What a name. We got our other injured friend over here. I hear her. Doing amazing, sweetie. No, you, Irk. I love you. Oh, she has some hips that do not lie. You know what? We're gonna put a trap here. And I'm gonna put one here. I don't know what that was, but okay. Guess we'll just put you on Leon's hook. Yeah, that should have just pulled him off instead of injuring him, but that's fine. We'll take it. I wanted to take him to basement, but I don't even know how to get down to it. Oh, how did he wiggle off so fast? Oh, I didn't want to hit her. I wanted to hit Sable. That was some auto aim. That was some auto aim. If I have ever seen it. Sees killer, jumps in locker, cries, then attempts to run, right? Oh, I see them healing up here. No, no, no! Are they gonna try and pallet save? Nope. People don't stick around for the pallet save. I've noticed that. People don't really stick around for the pallet save. Where is she at? I hear her whining. Alright. Hook right in front of me. Or unhook right in front of me, anyway. Thank you for that event, Chris. How are you? Leon, what are we doing? Buddy.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Buddy. Did I get new survivors? There's literally no way. There's literally no way. They're healing right there. Sable's given up. Sable's not even wiggling. We're just gonna fully trap Sable. So if the other one comes to save her... And in the meantime, I guess we...
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Songa, how are you? Guys, please go follow my friend Songa if you have not already. We adore Songa. Didn't even see that hit happen. I mean, that's kind of how it is whenever you are teleporting, honestly. Because it's so fast. Haven't I seen you somewhere? Yeah, you've probably seen Amber on amberishot.com. Oh, she turned into a bot? Damn. Let's go ahead and just trap this door. Might as well. Trap all the way to the doors too. It's gonna take me a while to get over there. Sorry, sweetheart. I love Sables, but I need to pip. This is why they call me what they call me, by the way. This is my current username. I'm doing well, Songa. I'm doing well. We are the coochie creature. The coochie creature strikes again. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat whatever you feel comfy with. Coochie creature. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to pip. I'm trying to pip. Normally, I would let a Sable go. You've seen Amber on her Only Gherkins too? That's true. Her Only Gherkins is the other place. That's true. Is control your sprint button by chance? No. No. It's my teleport button though. And I spam it in hopes that they'll activate a trap and I can automatically go to it. That's why you see me hitting it over and over. That's why you see me hitting it over, because I was spamming it. What do I need to do again? Oh, chase with 15 different survivors. But I haven't been playing enough killer, apparently, because we're still only silver 2. So we're trying. We're trying. Haven't seen this game in so long, I had no idea the hatch could even be closed. Songa, you need to play more. We're gonna be doing some Survivor games later, so maybe you can get in with us if you want to reinstall and play. Haven't played Faz in so long. I didn't know. Oh my god, I don't know why I said Faz. Haven't played in so long. I didn't know that was a thing. I was like, wait a minute, you play Faz all the time. I was real confused. Hydration station, Chuchi, everybody, please hydrate with me. Maybe because I sometimes hit my sprint button while playing killer. I know. Oh my god, yeah, I do too. I was doing that with her earlier too. I like basically hold sprint. Shift is my sprint. Shift is my sprint. Control is my crouch. Control is my crouch. So. Check your bingos, by the way, guys, if you haven't. You might have bingo. You never know. You never know. You might have yourself a heckin' bingo. Maybe you should. How you doing though, Jeffrey? Guys, please go follow Jeffrey if you have not too. We love our Jeffrey, one of our night terrors and Nightmare Network as well. What card did you get when you did exclamation point tarot, Scully?
Scary night, isn't it?
Ghosty, my baby. Hi, baby. How are you? Okay. Let's see. Where do we want to place traps here? This is a little bit better math, yeah? Sometimes I feel like I should be able to place traps in certain places and then I can't. And I'm like, but why? Why can't I place trap here? Oh, we have a boon set up somewhere. They're boning already. Boning. That's not the window. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the sweat drop down my balls. I want to trap upstairs. Oh. I'm not gonna chase you yet. I'm gonna let you run. Boon's upstairs. They already finished that gen. Hi. Where's the boon? I hear it. Where is it? Am I crazy? Is it downstairs? Oh, there it is. I was like, I know I hear it. God, okay. We're not starting off super well on this one either. Oh. Hello. I don't know what I just did. My distractibility just went up like super high. I'm not gonna chase her. I need to get more traps down. My traps are gone. Most of them are gone. Hello. Nope, not going in the house. There's nothing in there. I see you healing over there. Go ahead, drop it. Nope. Sorry. You took too long. You took too long to ask me to respect your bardic inspiration. Should have started playing that sooner. Oh, goodness.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh, I don't want to tunnel. I don't want to tunnel. I'll take you instead. That's fine. Whoa. Did I just lag? Did you guys see that? That was BS. If I hadn't lagged, we would have gotten down there. We would have gotten down there if I hadn't lagged. That's not fair. That's so not fair. I'm sad. He did a whole loop thing? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, you lagged for bingo? Yeah. No, you can definitely call that for bingo. He did a U-turn thing before the steps? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about when I lagged? Is that what you're talking about? Are they not down here? I'm confused. I'm confusion. Alright, whatever. Whatever. I've already lost this one. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, they're healing over here. stinky boon. Go ahead. Hi, Nepo. I'm doing all right. How are you? I'm not chasing him all the way through this. No. Oh, you're just gonna come over here to heal. I don't want to chase you through Maine. There's nothing here. No. Thank you, Nepo. Thank you, cutie. Just grab her. I hear him. Okay. I don't know what you guys are doing. Go away. No. Let's see. I forgot to pause the music. It's still going in the background. I am not chasing you guys over there. Nice try, though. I have, like, no traps down anywhere. Look at me not trapping things like a goober. Like a goober. Like a big goober. Shana is here. I'm not chasing you there either, but nice try. Nope. Let's see. Let's put one there. And we'll put one here. And we'll put one here. It's good music though. Thank you. It's my friend True. It's a mix of True and Zombies music in the background right now. And if we can get approved by your record company, I'll be able to get you as well. Nice try.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are. I know you're working on it. Listen, this may not be a win for us, but we at least got some hooks. Sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes that's all you can do. What's your ping on killer? Oh, my ping's been fine tonight while I'm playing killer. It's actually been not bad. I only had one moment just now when I kind of lagged into the wall while I was trying to carry somebody to the basement, which was like super unfortunate. I messed that up. Come on. Oh. That was nice. Well done. Well done. But yeah, other than that, it's not been bad. It's not been bad. I enjoy playing killer though, so, and I do want to do a lot of killer. Especially on stream, Hellblazer, but. Karma, enjoy your twin tarts. So. But yeah, this is, so what's playing right now is my friend True's music. Which, is that my command? No. Oh, yep, it is. You can find all his stuff right there. And then Zombies is, which he's in the mix too. That's all his stuff right there. Thank you, Trip. Thank you. You guys did very well. I was so messing up left and right there. So messing up left and right there, but you guys did great. You guys did great. GG's for sure. GG's for sure. GG's to you guys too. GG's to you guys too, Kyle. I'm sorry, we literally just went into ads, so I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Didn't like my song though. Well, the first time, Kyle, you didn't start playing it soon enough. And honestly, like, I'm trying really hard to get to Eerie 1 before everything resets. So I'm kind of playing a little bit mean tonight. Normally I would fully let you play through your song and I would fully just like be goofy. But I haven't been playing as much killer lately as I should. So I'm really behind. And so I'm trying to get to Eerie 1 before everything resets. And so I'm having to play a little mean. I'm having to play a little mean tonight. But normally I would have let you play your song. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm sorry. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. What are you talking about? Also, Hellblazer, if you have a build you want me to do for Hag, please tell me. Please tell me. Busky, welcome in. Is it Busky? I'm sure it's Busky. I'm probably butchering your name. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Oh my god, you're from the raid. Wait a second.
Busky TTV just traded with 9 views.
Did I just play against you and then you raided into me? Are you serious? Welcome in, raiders. How are you? Booski, welcome in. How are you? I hope you had an amazing stream tonight. Tell us about it. I'm so sorry if anybody is in ads right now. We just started them while we were between games, but welcome in. Tell us when you're streaming next. Let us know how your games were tonight. Were you playing Killer, Survivor? Tell us all about it. You were the Kate with the sun hat. Very cute. Very cute. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. GG's. GG's. I hope you had an amazing stream tonight. And I hope your games were really good. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Shana. Hi. I'm a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, but I play lots of different scary games here. Obviously, we play DBD. I just like to have a good time. I like to get scared. We like to goof. We're gonna be doing some open lobby games here later. But right now I am trying to get to Eerie with Killer because I have not been playing enough Killer lately. I've been bad. Not been practicing my Killer games. So thank you for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you want to lurk, you want to chat, it's fully up to you. We're just happy to have you guys here. We are also playing bingo, so if you want to grab yourselves a bingo card, you can. And we do giveaways every month for bingo stuff, so. You were doing open lobbies tonight? Nice. Open lobbies are so fun. It's always a good time. Next stream is reacting to DB and oh my god, are you super excited? I know I am. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're just gonna try and set up traps before we. Oh, I did not mean to teleport. Oops. Okay. I actually wanted to set my traps up, not teleport, but that's fine. She wants a chase. We'll give her a chase. She's probably gonna drop the pallet here in a moment. Oh, she's hard greeting. There's the drop. Okay. Okay. There you go. Cute booty. Super stoked. Been playing since pretty much the beginning. Wait, really? Oh my god, that's amazing. I wish I had. I was living in Japan when DBD initially was released. And so I was not playing because I only had a little baby MacBook. And I could not run DBD on it. I was living there and I was teaching and like traveling and things like that at the time. So there was just, oh god, there was no way. Yeah, nope. She was bound and fucking determined. So all right, Kate. What are we doing here, love? What are we doing here? Oh, you had decisive. I see. I see. Now you dropped Shack Pallet at 4 gens, so that was a choice. Damn it. Alright, I'm not gonna chase her. We are, however, gonna come get her. Are they all running decisive? Damn. That's crazy. First, hi. Second, what the F is that name? You don't like my name? Listen, the name came about last night when I was playing Hag. What, Bill? What are we doing? First of all, no. Second of all, no. I mean, think about what happens when she mories you. Just think about it. How are you doing, Phasmophobia? How you doing? How's it going? I probably should have put traps down around her on the hook, but oh well. Okay, that was a choice. It's going really well. It's going really well. We're vibing. We're vibing, you know? We'll die on the hill that blinds. It should be conspicuous actions. What? Okay, when you say conspicuous actions, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Out of curiosity. Just curious. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard this argument. So they wouldn't be able to use DS if they blind you. Oh, kind of like if they touch a gin or heal someone. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I think that's fair, honestly. Honestly. Yeah. Oh. Whoa, I missed. I should have hit that. Really? Oh my god, I should have hit that again. Wow, I suck. Kate? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god, I did not mean to vault. Okay, we're just gonna pick. No. No, Bill. Hit him. I was trying, Phantasm. You've spent your 900,000 blood points? Yeah? What'd you put them into? I want this Kate, man. She's kind of driving me crazy. She's kind of annoying. You're kind of annoying, Kate. If I just put my traps in inconspicuous places, she'll run into them and screw herself over. And I hear Leon over here. Leon's dead. I hear Bill. Bill's gonna go get Kate. Where is he? Where's Bill? Is Bill gonna go get Kate? Yep. Bye, Bill. Unlocking stuff, figuring it out. Hell yeah. You're not gonna save it for the new Killer and Survivor though? Booski, are you super excited about Jason? Do you also play Killer, by the way? And if you do, who do you main? Gonna be lurking in the background while I do some. Oh my god, yes, please. If you want to lurk, de-stream, all of that, please don't let me keep you. I can yap for days, so. Rob is streaming with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Rob in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Skill issues called. Hell yeah. We did have an everyone escapes match. We did. We definitely did. God Vegeta. Mew. I love Mew. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. One of my favorite Pokemon. I have no idea what I'm doing. I won't lie. Honestly, most of the time, same. Most of the time, same. Enjoyed your Hag game. I used to main Hag years ago. I'm still learning Killer for the most part, but I'm enjoying playing Hag. So I think she's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun, and she scares a lot of people, which makes it even more fun. You know. I main Twin. Oh my God, Hellblazer is gonna love you. I have not played Twins yet, but Hellblazer wants everybody to play Twins. So he's on a campaign. His campaign is to get literally everyone to play Twins. Plague is amazing. Spirit, I wish I could play. I'm deaf, though. I'm never going to be good at her. Deathslinger is freaking awesome. Never played him, but I'm going to have to learn at some point. It's freaking cool. It's freaking cool. I love it. Love it. I've been learning Nurse. Nurse has kind of been my focus a lot lately, and my goal is to be really good at Nurse right now. But right now we're trying to play through people that I actually have, like, bloody party streamers and things on that I can, like, get a lot of more blood points with right now. So kill 8 survivors by any means. You love twins? Twins is really heckin' cool. My friend Jelly, we were in a tournament a couple weeks ago now, and she played twins for our team Caffeinated Cryptids and just heckin' slaughtered on the twins. I was so proud of her. I was so proud of her. What are we at now? Silver 1. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. I think at like 11:30 we'll swap over to some Survivor. Excuse me, sorry, I had a hiccup. Survivor, and do some open lobbies with you guys though, because I can always run some more killer later. But yes, go play some Repo Love. We'll be here, so we can always talk more later. Maybe we can play together sometime. Maybe we can play together sometime. I made sure to drop you a follow. Nepo, number 3. Nepo, you got the Wheel of Fortune. You either gained or lost 25% sanity. Either way, you are safe right now. Couldn't pay me to play Snooze Fest Slugathon. Not every Twins game is a snooze fest. They can be really, really fun. Almost never slug on Twins. Really, I'd be interested to see what your playstyle is with Twins. Because most of the playstyles I've seen with Twins have been like slug builds. So I'd be interested to see what your build and what your playstyle is with Twins. This is going to be an interesting map for her. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll see how this goes, huh? I don't even... Okay. There's nowhere to hide traps on this map either. Loud! I love this map usually, but what are we gonna do? Is this Cowboy? King Cowboy, hello? It's not, but imagine. Oh shit. Imagine it was, though. That'd be crazy. I should put one at his feet. Basement hag time? We'll see. I feel like basement hag has not worked out well for me in the past, but we'll try, we'll try, we'll try. Oh, I missed. Oh, they're erasing my traps. Go ahead. This way. This guy's dropping every pallet. Thank you. Alright, now that I've got like almost every pallet dropped, that'll make my life a little easier. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. Oops. Oh, I should have hit him. That was a little stinky. By that I mean I'm just stinky. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's just run around and place some more traps that are super visible everywhere. Who made you a hag main? I've got stuff on her, so it's easy for me to play her right now, but also I enjoy playing her Hellblazer. I've had a lot of fun playing her. But this is not a fun map for me to play her on because I can't hide my traps anywhere. Oh. Also, I don't know, I've asked you a few times now, Hellblazer, if you had a build that you wanted me to play her with because you were judging my build earlier and you still haven't given me anything. You also haven't seen me do any of my 4Ks on her. You've always been here when I've been on a stinky map that I'm having struggles with. I'm struggling so hard. I hate this. It's okay. You can't win them all. Unfortunately. Playing PUBG. I hope you're enjoying PUBG. I don't like pain res. Can we replace pain res with something else? I know everybody likes pain res, but I don't like pain res. Surge could work. Yeah, this is not the most fun map to play her on, but that's okay. I tried, and that's all I can do, right? Thank you for bringing me over here. That's exactly what I needed. Oh, they're erasing my traps over there. How dare you? I'm so slow. I'm not gonna make it over there before they even open the door. Now they're gonna erase the traps over there. .4 because behavior hates trap killers. I mean, I understand her being slower because she has a lot of mobility with her traps and everything, but like when you're on a map like this where it's like my traps are just so visible, you know, that they're basically useless. My traps are basically useless on a map like this. It would be nice if I had a little bit more speed. Oh, I'm out of rusty shackles. That's why my things keep appearing. We actually might swap killers then. What do we have? What do we have? Let's see. Let's go through. Let's go through. Let's go through. We have Survivor putting on Trapper. Should we play some Trapper? I never play Trapper. We've also got... We don't have any Bloody Party streamers on. You can literally trigger her traps on purpose and get away with it when she teleports. That just shouldn't happen. I feel like it's okay because I think it's a strategy. I think it's a strategy, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine, you know. And like as like when you're playing Hag, that's something that you're aware of, you know. What do we have on Bing Bong? We've got Survivor Pudding on Bing Bong too. I enjoy Bing Bong. We could do Bing Bong. We also have Bloody Party streamers. These both do 100% blood points. Let's do Bloody Party streamers. Pop and Eruption. Pop, Eruption, Brutal Strength, and Spies. Maybe we replace this with Bam. It could be the cute jingly one. Jingle jingle. Jingle jingle. Hee. But I do think, congrats on your bingos, by the way. Congrats on your bingos. Especially Cutie Mihi and Bri and Witcher. Dakota, have you gotten bingo yet? What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. I've completely gotten distracted. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't even worry. Seven, not yet.
It's crazy.
Hopefully you're close. Hopefully you're close. All right. We got this, guys. I've got to turn the music on in between games.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Hi, Babas. Babas, how was your stream today? I just closed your tab because I got left behind. I just realized. I just looked over and was like, is Babas still going? And I just realized I got left behind. How are you, Babas?
Babby Janash just resubscribed for 29 months at Tier 1. Lovers.
We have Squirt, Sir Squirts a lot. I love that for them. Oh, I missed. How's DVD treating you? I've been having a lot of fun. Did she just try and blind me while I was invisible? That's so rude, honestly. Wow. That just happened. That's embarrassing. That's a bit embarrassing for you. I won't lie.
Welcome back.
Where'd you go? Sable, I know you were wanting to save the other Sable. Oh no, it's Laura saving the other Sable. I'm probably too far away to be uncloaking. Oh, I swung too early. Oh my god, I swung too early again. What am I doing? We're gonna kick this. Who are you? Thank you for the lurky. I hope you get some good EPs. I gotta remember that I have bamboozle. Yeah, nope. It's been a while since I played Bing Bong. Where'd she go? She got away. Oh my god. Sneaky Laura. Wait, very sneaky. Alright. Where did I leave you? Sybil? There you are. La 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 la. I'm gonna take you to the basement, Sable. Sables are basement beaches. It's okay, me too. Congrats on your bingo, Jenny. I've been having a lot of fun though, Baba. I've been having a lot of fun. I hope you had a really good stream. We're gonna be doing open lobbies here shortly. So if you wanted to play, you could. La 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 la. Gotta go kick this. Who's over here? Oh, that was some crazy stuttering. Sable. Wait, who just... Oh, the other Sable turned into a bot. Why? I thought they were together. Why would one turn into a bot? Maybe their internet went out. That's the only reason I could think. We have Squirt and Sir Squirts a lot, so... I wouldn't think that they would intentionally DC. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Alright, let's grab this Sable. And took them. That's their death hook. kick this gen. Then I saw that explosion. And I saw the scratch marks too. Over here. I have one gen left. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, that was a good little vault there. Question is he gonna try and come back to main? He's probably gonna drop that. Yep. I didn't realize they were so progressed on another gen. He's gonna vault it. Oh, that's a good dodge. If we cloak to catch up to him, and then uncloak, boom. Okay, they did get a gate open. He's hooked kind of far from them, though. If we stand here, we should be able to see them come. They left him? Did the bird fly up because of him on the hook? That's crazy. They left him. That's crazy. Good night, Positive. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sweet dreams, love. I can't believe they left him. Wow. I'm sad. They didn't even try to save him. Poor Vittorio. Poor Vittorio. I feel bad for Vittorio, man. They didn't even try. Why you saying Ayo, Baba? Alright, I guess we go again. I guess we go again. Let's see. Games are going really quick tonight. Blue Tortoise. Ya boy. J65. Sable Ward. And Lori. Got up to pee, then I stood up. The keyboard part that comes out from my desk didn't latch all the way. Came back out and caught my hip and scraped the F out of my hip. Oh no, iPod. iPod, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You poor thing. I'm so sorry. You're bleeding. Did it cut you really badly? All right, let's see. Scraped me pretty good, but no need for stitches. Oh my god. I'm gonna need you to be more careful, okay? I'm gonna need you to be more careful. You know what we're gonna do, actually? Hold on, let's come up here. Let me see, they're working on that gen right there.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, we don't have a view here. Damn. I was gonna see if we could have a good view. Oh, we lost our silent bell. Thank you for the lurk, hamster. How are you? Oh, these survivors are sweaty. Middle of the street flashlights for no freaking reason. Go ahead, drop it. Go ahead, flashlight. Waste your flashlight. Go ahead. You won't have it when you need to save somebody. I'm okay with that. Okay. Does that make you feel good? Okay. Keep wasting your flashlight. You won't have it when you need it. iPod. You know I love this song. These guys are, I'm pretty sure, Swift. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Thank you for the 666 biddies. stinky, stinky survivors. This whole fucking group. I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna be really honest. I'm not sure what the play is here. Oh man, I missed! Put her down. Oh my god. I can't do this. I can't do it. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna be able to do it. She's gonna get off. She's gonna get off. Fuck! I got the sweatiest fucking survivors in the squad ever. GG's to them. You're bad for what? I don't know what she's saying her bad for. Sweatiest fucking squad ever. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, it's time, you guys. We're gonna start open lobbies. So if you guys would like to play, we're gonna swap over. We're gonna swap over Survivor. Do you know I missed you? There's no way you missed me. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, iPod. Don't lie to me. You don't have to lie to me, iPod. Playing until my desk tried to eat me? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean your desk tried to eat you? My filters are not on. No, I don't even know what I had for my filters. I'm so sad. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look up what my fucking filters were because that sucks. I was playing DVD till my desk had to rip my hips off. Oh my god. I bet that happened when I restarted my computer earlier. That sucks. I wonder if it changed any of my other settings too. Also, let's see, hold on. I believe it's on so anybody can join. So if you guys want to join, you can. It's just open, but if we have more than 3 people who want to join, yeah, it's public. So if we have more than 3 people who want to join, we need to take turns. Okay. How do we join, by the way? Just look at my Steam profile. Just look me up. Look me up. And then click join game. And you'll join right in. You'll join right in. So what we'll probably do is do like 2 games and then
Someone's screwing with me.
everybody leave and then the next 3 people to join can join. We doing VC? Probably not right now. After stream, sure, but not right now. Not right now. Not right now. Let me see. I think I had... Who do I have? She doesn't have any Bloody Party streamers. He doesn't have Bloody Party streamers. Do I have any left on her? No. David? Do you have Bloody Party streamers? No. No. Detective Tap? Detective Tap has 1 Bloody Party streamer. So we'll play Detective Tap. Sounds good, Nepo. Sounds good, yeah. Are we ready to carry me? Oh my gosh, you don't need carried. You don't need carried. Listen, you're gonna be fine. Let's do Vigil. Let's do Overcome. Let's do... What do we want to do? Maybe Resurgence and Conviction. Oh, my eye itches. Sable, I don't have any on Sable. I don't have any on Sable. None on Sable. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yes, I can change bingo. I can change bingo. Let me see. Let me call a few randoms on bingo really quickly. Hold on. For people, call random. Call random. Call random. Whoop. Call random. Call random. Call random. And I'll do one more. Call random. Check your bingo. Check your bingo. That's over half of the events called. So if you haven't checked your bingo, check your bingo. You might have bingo. You might have bingo. What item do I want to use? Let's use a toolbox.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Repair. Repair. Do we have a fit for him? Not really. Let's put some charms on though. He needs, oh, he's a detective. He needs handcuffs. It's fitting. Was looking at the season pass quests. This game didn't have, yeah! Gotta check your quests. All right, if you haven't checked your bingos, check your bingos now. We're about to end the bingo and start a new one. Notice the Huggy Wuggy in the back. Have you played all of them? I've not played all of them, but I've watched the playthrough for all of them, and I own all of them. I actually need to play through all of them myself, but I need to sit down and do it. There's just so many games to play, and I've not had time to do it myself. But I've watched through all of them. You hate a map? There are maps that I hate. Did you hate it? I didn't say I hated it. You know what? I should have, though. Because there are maps that I hate. that we played on. That I was not happy about playing killer on. So.
Welcome back.
Hater? Yeah, I'm a hater. You have a dog named Yarn. Wait, stop it. Do you actually have a dog named Yarnaby? I love that.
Shana has rigged bingo or drops again. Ignore the lies.
I love
Shana
that.
runs an illegal
I did
underground
not
bingo
rig.
and
Listen,
drops
I
rigging
honestly
ring. You
should
know we had to do it to M.
I should have said it because I was complaining about the maps. I was complaining about the maps. So technically, I've watched all of them, but currently playing chapter 3. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it should have ended at the last game. I feel like it should have ended, but it didn't. All right, new bingo card is up. Grab your new bingo card. I feel like it should have ended. And I'm not happy that they continued on. I'm gonna actually put some, I wasn't gonna do this, but I want to put some points into Michonne so I can have a better conviction.
Has Rick been here?
But you know, they're making money. So hopefully the next one is the last one. Hopefully the next one's the last one. So we'll see. We'll see. No, Michonne, Rick hasn't been here. Rick has not been here. I don't think any of us are playing Rick. I don't think any of us are playing Rick. Imagine. Oh my god. King Charles Cavalier, very sweet boy named Yarnaby. Oh my god, so cute, Booski. So cute. I want to see him. Does he ever pop up on your stream? Sweetest boy. How old is he? Oh, I'm sorry, Dakota. I'd already ended. Played chapter 5 when it released and was shocked it wasn't the last one. Yeah. It totally should have been. It totally should have been. He's about 5 months. What a baby. What a baby. Maybe between next games I'll have to look and see what my if I can find what I did for my filters, because I don't know. Best. I know it was from a YouTube video. I have to see if I can find it again. Not for my one that I did for comp. That I figured out on my own, and at least I wrote those down somewhere, but I'm sad. I'm so mad at my computer. Oh, Nimmy. Three, please. You got the High Priestess. It's upside down. But I swear it's the High Priestess. If you pull a Hangman, you don't die. He won't check if he doesn't hear it, right? Oh. Poor Ook. I thought he was on my tail. Songa, no! I'm gonna have to go down there and save Urk, I think. Oh. Okay. Well, that's fun. I am now oblivious. Alright. We're gonna go save Urk. Whee! Hopefully he's not right here. Oh, we're gonna save whoever's here first. Songa! Oh, that was a zombie. We are gonna die. Oh, he missed. Oh, we didn't make it. That's okay. Why did he open the locker? You dropped a pallet next to him? On purpose? He's 5 months. He's a baby. You've got a puppy. Is he like super, super energetic and stuff? Oh. Songa love. Be careful running and vaulting through a window when the killer's not on you, because it makes a loud sound and he knows where you're at now. Just so you know. He wanted to pick you. Did he? Oh my god, Detective Tap is so loud. Why is he so loud? Can you tell I've never played him? He's just over here coughing up a storm, man. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can lurk chat, whatever you feel the most comfy with. No, 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 I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm sticking it. Okay, I got it done. Whoa! Not a zombie, come on. Oh. Did the killer DC? Oh, why'd he DC? Okay then. Well, I guess so. You know?
So around the
What can you do? I guess. Okay then. Okay, I gotta find a new person to play. Hold on. Hold on. Cause he's out of Bloody Party streamers now. Okay. Vigil, Overcome, Resurgent, and Conviction was what I picked. We might stick with that. Let's see. Kate, what do you got? Nope. Adam. Wait, who were we playing last night? I don't remember. Adam has a coconut scream pie. You know what? This is fine. Vigil. Overcome. Oh, that's not Overcome, but... Resurgence. Downed me and DC'd. Damn. That's crazy. You would think that he wouldn't if you downed, or if he downed you, though. That's, I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not what I want. That's not what I want either. I want this, the repair. There we go. Charges. There we go. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. 47? You refused to heal and died for it? Okay. That's too funny. I do hate the map. Let's see. Anything else happened that map that we can call? Yeah, Hawkins sucks. I am not a Hawkins fan. Not a Hawkins fan. I don't think so. Okay. Don't think so. Alright. Let me see if I can figure out what my settings are that I need here. Okay. Alt-Z. Filter. We're gonna do details, color, brightness, contrast. Sharpen 50. Clarity minus 14. My game might look a little weird while we're doing this, especially if we don't finish it before we actually get in. So that's fine. HDR toning 60, bloom 0. Bloom 0. Glass eye pie like Mom used to make. Oh my god. Tint color 0, tint intensity 0. Okay, we'll finish this in a little bit. We got a game to play. Oh my gosh, I should turn on Overwolf so that way we can see the map. Do some map call outs, guys. Go get that for you, bestie. Listen, we gonna try. We gonna try. Oni's gonna be a little rough, probably, but it'll be fine. I believe in us. You're not bad. You're not bad. Listen. You're playing with both Mina, aka Phantasm, and I. And we both probably have quite high MMR compared to you guys. Fuck. And you're being taken into our games. Bush Tech, he'll never know. Alright, I'm gonna go save Urk first, or Songa first. Oh my god, Songa went second. I'm so sorry. I couldn't make it over. I couldn't make it over, Songa. He was like right on top of me. Alright, let me see. Can I heal you quickly? Or is Urk gonna go second? I don't know. Hold on. No, he's coming back. No time to heal. No time to heal. No time to heal. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh! So this is going well, I see. Phantasm is carrying the gen progress. So I'm gonna stop crawling around and recover. Songa, stop crawling around. Stop crawling around. Okay, never mind. He picked you. I'm playing DVD. MMR is a little messy at the moment. Is it a bug? Is it a feature? Who knows? But it's not you, I promise, right? It's putting 4K hours with new... No, it totally is. It totally is. Erk, no! Okay. So, we gotta save Urk, stay alive, and finish 3 gens. We got this. We got this. I'm guessing that Phantasm got Urk. Please tell me I finished this. Oh god, same Nepo. Same Nepo. It's kind of bullshit. Okay. Okay, I saw the yellow gen over here. Oh my god. Let's just tunnel the baby players, Oni. Good job. I think it was that one. I'll try and get on it. Oh, he's on Mina. Okay. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna pre-leave this. I'm coming, Phantasm. I don't know that we're both getting out of here, but we're not gonna make it easy for him. He's checking the gen. He's gonna see me cross if I go now. Okay, no, he's going on the other side. I'm coming. Okay. Come this way. Come this way. Oh, or not. Okay. Bush tech. Y'all have no idea. I'm one with the bush. He almost walked right into me. Did you guys see that? Holy shit, that was so close. Alright, we should not be close to each other, because if he gets enraged, he'll take both of us down. So I'm gonna go work on a Jinn on the other side. Okay. Nice job, Phantasm. He's looking for you, Shana. I think he's looking for whoever he can get his hands on. We can do this. We can do this. Fuck. Oh, he's gonna for sure come for this door. Oh, I was gonna try and get in the locker. I didn't make it. I don't have conviction. I can't use it. Crawl! Crawl! Phantasm, crawl! I'm using my chances. The hatch is gonna spawn right in front of you. I just know it. I just know it, Phantasm. It's gonna be right in front of you. It's gonna be right in front of you. Eli, no! Bad Eli! No! We tried so hard. Oh. They tunneled at the new players. Not the new players. Thank you guys for playing. I love touching collision on random rock and all my moments. I know, it freaking sucks. It freaking sucks. It freaking sucks. Are people swapping in? We're gonna see if we have new people who want to swap in, and if new people don't, you guys can rejoin. So I know that Nepo wanted to get in. We'll see if anybody else wants to. So that freaking was so rude. Not our new players. Not the babies. Not the babies. Oh, let me open two. Hold on. Fog Companion. It kicked you automatically. Oh my god, it was like, you out. That's so rude. That's so rude. Should we put this outfit on? No, we're gonna Twitch shirt with Nepo. Nepo's wearing a Twitch shirt. We're gonna wear a Twitch shirt with Nepo. We twinning. Oh, Bry's getting in. Okay. Getting all the gens done despite that crazy. I know. I can't believe we got all the gens done. That was kind of wild. Honestly, kind of wild. Honestly, kind of cracked though. Just saying. We kind of cracked though. Okay, let me check my filters. Temperature. -14. Vibrance. 63. Okay, so Bri got in. Was there anybody else who wanted to get in? .64 is close enough. Brightness. Okay, next is brightness and contrast. Exposure 53. Contrast 51. 52 is close enough. Highlights -96. Shadows 51. 52 is close enough. And gamma 0. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Oh my god, that's so much better. That's so much better. Killers go after streamers unless they are streaming. I mean, even when they're streaming. Even when they're streaming, they do. Yeah. Hello? Where's my mouse? Why can't I see my... Okay, I'll just hit ready and we're gonna hope for the best, I guess. I don't know where my mouse went. I can't see my mouse, you guys. Your mouse has been stolen? It has. Tab out and tab back in. I did. I did. I did. I don't know where my mouse is. I don't know where my mouse is. Is it because of the Overwolf thing? Hold on. We might need to remake the lobby. I can't. It's gonna mess it up. Oh my god. Alt F4. I can't even leave. Yes, I want to quit. Oh my god. I can't even leave. Guys, please leave. Please leave. I can't even leave. Oh my god, I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Please leave. Leave the lobby. Leave the lobby. I can't leave. I can't leave. Everything's freezing. Oh shit. In task. What the fuck? No, task manager was freezing too. Task manager was freezing too. My arrows weren't working. Nothing was working. Nothing was working.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
This is why I fucking hate Overwolf. I just would like you to know. Ah! Overwolf, you piece of shit. Hi, Mango. How are you? Guys, go follow Mango if you have not. Sorry, I had a small panic. Yeah, it's Overwolf. It's Overwolf. It's because I just opened Overwolf. Overwolf caused that. It's Overwolf. It's Overwolf that caused that to happen. Okay, hold on. Let me reopen the game. We'll be fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. We're fine. We're fine. It's okay.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Why?
Execute Order 66.
Is it like this? Hey, Orion, how are you? Yeah, we're fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry. I was just having a mini panic because I didn't have a mouse on my screen. It's fine. I was on Alt Tab and I couldn't X out of the window. It wasn't working. It wasn't working, Eli. It wasn't letting me close it at all. I saw your TikTok and I'm thinking about snagging streamer share. Do it. Try it out. Try it out. Also, thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. So if you want to lurk or chat, it's fully up to you. Is that Twyla here too? Oh my god, Twyla. I love you. That's one of my best friends. Go follow her. Also, what flavor ghost energy are you having, Twyla? I'm having blue raspberry. It's delicious. It's delicious.
Hearken, all of you, to the
You
tolling
broke
of
it?
funeral bells.
Eli, listen, I don't know
Heed the
what
wailing
happened.
of the mournful dead.
Other than Overwolf, I opened Overwolf, and Overwolf decided to break my computer. But also, the past 2 weeks, when I shut down my computer sometimes, like today I shut down my computer and I started it back up, I had to log back into Discord. I had to log back into Twitch.
Car_313
All of my
just raided
overlay,
with 4 views.
like my filter, my NVIDIA filter for DVD, gone. Like, it's like it reset my settings on stuff, and I don't know why. Car, welcome in. How are you guys? If you are not already following Car, there's a button that just popped at the top of your screen that I need you to hug right now. It is free to do so. So if you have not already, hug that button. It's free. Follows are free. Follows are free. Why would you not follow? Why would you not follow? How are you doing, Car? I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me see. Let me turn this off really quick. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I really don't. Okay, can you... Fog Companion, what are you doing?
Car_313 just resubscribed
Car,
for 3 months
thank you for the 3
at Dear One.
months. How are you? That's so sweet of you. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. You just brought your community in here. Also, guys, if you're not following my friend Orion, please go follow Orion as well. We love Orion. Okay, who was just in here with me? I know Nepo was in here. Bri was in here. And, okay, Mina was in here still. Okay. Did you see the trailer I sent you? No. I have not gone through my oh. Wait, Nepo, did I just join your party on accident? Hold on. Nepo, I need to host, otherwise I'm gonna end up lagging. I'm gonna end up lagging. I have to host. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I thought that was you were requesting to join. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't reading. We're just randomly joining Orion, so we're letting everybody play 2 games and then they leave, and then anybody who hasn't played can hop in, and then if there's still room, anybody who's played already can fight for the last spot. That's kind of how we're doing it. We're just keeping it simple. Also, happy Pride, Car. Did you fix the Windows issue with the login? Yes. Yes, we did. Oh, this is not who I want to play. Hello? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. We are now logged into Windows and official. We are now logged into Windows and official. I would grab that app if it didn't cause all those issues. I like that it actually works in identifying the map and automatically putting it on the screen and stuff. It's really nice. How you doing, Ice Keep? Welcome back. Welcome back. But like, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just, it's so frustrating with like I guess, some of the other issues that I sometimes have with it. You know? Oh, you're good. You're good, Nepo. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. Glad to catch you and yell pride. You're heckin' adorable. I'm sorry you've been sick for 2 weeks. I'm so sorry. Are you feeling better though? Fight? Listen, maybe we need to fight it. Maybe we need to fight it. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. I have a little black shepherd statue on my altar. Oh, that's so cute, Car. That's so cute. You don't want to play Utz? That's crazy. Wait, what do you mean? Listen, Nepo's not on his servers. Nepo's not on his servers. No, I have serious issues with like lag and stuff. While I'm streaming already. So if I'm not streaming, I don't mind. I don't give a fuck who's hosting. Oh, it's Springtrap. I don't give a fuck who's hosting. If I'm not streaming, I'll be on any server. But if I'm streaming, I would like to host, please. Because my internet company already hates me. They already hate me. Not the clown emote, please. Please. Nepo, no! Not my Nepo. You used all your PTO up? Listen, see, this is why. Okay, when you talk to people in like the UK or other places, and you're like, yeah, we have to use PTO or sick leave if we're sick. They're like, what do you mean? You don't just like, if you're sick, not go to work? Like, they think it's crazy. They think it's freaking crazy because you know what? It is. If we're sick... Oh, shit. He's right there. I was going to save you, Nepo. But you see... He was coming right back to the hook. Like a proxy camper that he is. We should not have to frickin' use our time off when we're sick. We should just be able to not work, you know? No, I do have serious issues with Mediacom needing their asses kicked. It's odd, but make sure your clock is synced. If it's out of sync, it can log you out of apps. Wait. Make sure my clock is synced. Isn't that like an automatic thing? I will make sure to check my DMs, Jade, and check the trailer that you sent me though. What is the trailer about? What's the trailer about? He shook his head no at me. Whoa! He just tunneled the shit out of Nepo. Nepo, what did you do to this poor man on a previous game? Let's go save our Diva Cup. Nepo! Poor Nepo! Nepo, do you have to be up early tomorrow, by the way? What did you do to this poor man? I'm watching that door. Look fabulous, I guess. Oh my god. On a I feel like you must have had a previous match with this man and he recognized your name or something. Because that was crazy. He just hard tunneled you. Like, there was nothing gentle about that. Not the basement. Exclamation point, freaky. Why are you wailing? I would like to go in this basement now. He is so close by. Bri, I want to come save you. He's proxy camping.
Get on your knees. No, I'm just kidding.
Or is it the... You know what? I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I don't want you to hit second. Run, Bri. Run. Run, Bri. Got traumatized by that basement last night by a Bubba no less. Oh no, did you have a basement bed? It's hard having killers obsess over me sometimes. It must be hard being such a hottie. It must be hard being such a hottie, Nepo. I mean, clearly. Clearly that's the issue. It was in-game and I had to try and save a team member that got taken to the basement. Oh no, with the Bubba? Yeah, no, you just might as well say goodbye to that team member. Alright, let me get in front of you. Okay. That's fine. He at least is not going to be able to take me to the basement because of Overcome, so... It's just Twitch shirts. Yeah, he's probably a streamer who, like, you know, struggles and won't listen to the advice of his friends or something. That's probably the issue. And so he targets people with Twitch shirts. It must be hard. It must be hard. You know, I get it. Like, when you're trying to grow and you're on a platform that doesn't want to help you, it's tough. it's tough out there for a hoe, you know? But at the same time, oh, and then he hit me on hook. Wow. There's lots of great people who are willing to help you and give you advice and uplift you. We got really good communities. Maybe, oh, you know. Oh no, I don't have the pride flag on my belt. I was gonna say maybe it's the pride flag. I've been targeted for that before. Oh, Bri, I just realized you have a butterfly on your jacket. That's so cute. I get tunneled out when I play my Gen Monkey build, but that's because it's a man. Oh, Ryan, please. It's even me trying to be shady. Bad killers tunnel because they don't know how to pressure more than one person. I understand tunneling sometimes because, like, sometimes it's accidental. Like, sometimes you just happen across the same person. Sometimes it's a strategy because if there's, like, heavy gen rushing, like, sometimes you need to tunnel in order to, like, get gen pressure. But you don't always have to tunnel in order to get a win or to tie or to have a fun game. And I stand by that, you know? And you don't always have to slug in order to do those things either, Eli. I just like slashing the survivors. I don't care if I get a 4K or hooks, to be honest. Typically, I don't either. Tonight, I was trying for the 4Ks only because I'm trying to get to that Eerie before the reset because I haven't been playing nearly as much killer as I should have been. I've been slacking. I've been slacking hard. But I don't know. You're just such a slacker. I am. I know. I don't know. He's just jealous of your shirts, clearly. Which is fine. It's fine. Like I said, it must be hard. I get it. But there's lots of good people, lots of good communities out there who are willing to help and give advice and all those things. All he has to do is listen or ask. You don't gotta be jealous. Jealousy is an ugly trait, my dude. Just reach out. Exactly. Oh, no, Eli. No, Eli. You don't tunnel sables. Eli, did you see my poster I made? Did you see my poster? I drew it. No. Hold on. I'll show you my poster. All right. He got his 5 minutes of fame. I hope he's happy. I hope he's happy. He got his 5 minutes of fame. Mage stick, you guys. What's the killer? Springtrap. Springtrap. He wants to be a game developer and post art online. Oh, we all get cookies because we read that. Good for us. Good for us. He did do his job. He did do his job. Just in a shitty way. He did do his job. Just in a shitty way. This is the sign that I made, Eli. Because of Tunnel Sable Day, Maddie had put a thing about like letting all sables live. So I drew this. Yay, sables! We love sables! So, at some point when I'm playing killer... Hi, Dome. At some point when I'm playing killer, obviously not tonight because we were trying to work on our Eerie, but at some point when I'm playing killer, we're going to let all the sables live. Tonight was not the night. Maybe next week. Maybe next week we'll do it. Maybe next week. Sure, I know you. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Let me put some points into Jonah here. So we can level up our overcome. I know who you are. I know who you are and I saw what you did. Say it out loud. Early bedtime. Have a good rest of your stream. Good night, Songa. Guys, once again, if you're not following Songa, please go give him a follow right now. You will love Songa. Lovely bean. Lovely Alaskan bean right there. Oh my gosh. Car, you're so cute. You're so cute. I love that you're cozy. Anybody can hold W and chase until the end of time. That's not a skill. You're not wrong, Phantasm. You're not wrong. There's a lot more to color. A lot more to color. Doe, how have you been? What you been up to, friendo? What you been up to? I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope you're doing well tonight. Also, if there's anything we need to call on bingo, any numbers, just let me know so we can call them. I see some buttons are missing. Add Nepo gets tunnel to the cards. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and start Gallows since I'm right here. Oh, we have an artist. I love artists. She's already on Nepo. Poor Nepo. Right. Can you call that one? You know what? I should put RAR on there. I should. You're cute. Don't make me blush. No, you. You stop it. Oh man, I missed the stairs. That messed up my plan. I feel like I timed my vault there poorly. I meant to fast vault that, and I hit spacebar. And also was not in the right place. I fucked that up. I fucked that up real bad. Think you're cool using lockers, don't you? Yeah, I am cool. I am cool. What's it to you? What's it to you, Whippy? What's it to you, Whippy? What's it to you? You're hot right now? Maybe you're always hot. Yeah, leave Nepo alone. Hi, Mina. Thank you, Mina. Oh, God. Wow. Why are we tunneling the streamers? I'm just gonna put myself under the pallet here. There goes my resurgence. Cammy, hi! I was jealous that you're cool. That sounds right. How are you, Cammy? It's good to see you. Guys, if you're not already following Cammy, oh. I'm sorry, I was probably on the wrong
Cam
side there.
just
That was
traded with
probably on
14
me.
views.
Please take a moment and go give Cammy a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. Free to do so. Cammy is a heckin' lovely bean. Plays a ton of DBD. Does play other games as well, but is a P100 nurse, P100 artist. Does play both killer and survivor. But it's just heckin' amazing. We love Cammy. You guys wanna touch some butts? Thank you. Okay. Okay, we need to get Mina. Gosh. Stinky makes Stinkerson. Oh no, pain res. I didn't even know she had pain res. We gotta get Brian now. How was your stream, Cammy? Oh, she's gonna come for me. Oh my god, hell yeah. Anybody want to come touch each other back here? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Stream was good. You're playing Layers of Fear remake? Ooh, hell yeah. How was it? Didn't know it was a compilation of both Layers of Fear games. Did you enjoy it though? Oh. I didn't realize we were mending. Okay, what gens do we have left? We have this one. Oh, she's checking though. Okay. No. She's probably gonna send birds in a second. I'm gonna back off the gen. Okay. Pain res? Yes. Oh, shit. I don't know if Nepo's had pain res yet. Let me back off for a second. I don't know how often her birds are either. Yep. Okay. Oh, she's on me. I'm probably gonna go down. Maybe not? Oh, she's still downstairs. My God. That was amazing. Let's go. 10 out of 10. Nepo, no! So we have a door there. I didn't see where the other door was. I think it's at the other end, maybe? Oh, she saw me. There's no way she didn't. Oh, fucking stairs. I'm dead. I'm for sure dead.
I've got some jobs
Alright, we're
ready
just
for
gonna
you.
loot main. Maybe they'll be able to get a door open. Is she at that door? Is she gonna camp it? Oh my God, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get out. Bye! I don't know how I just did that! Oh my God, okay. Oh my God. She took her headset. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. She was so focused on aiming her birds. She was so focused. So focused. I think you cheated. No. Yeah, okay. 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 Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Whoopi. Please. Please. Guys, once again, please go follow Cammy if you have not. Also, welcome in with the raid, Lana Del Slay. I heckin' love your name, by the way. Loud. Have I heard a P100 nurse? I don't know, Hellblazer. You should check out Cammy, though. Cammy's really good. Cammy's really good. Hexpin's Mento just sitting there useless. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, who wants to join up now? Who wants to join up now? Who wants to get in? I probably have time for at least one more stream game. And then we have to raid out. At least one more. Let me see. Is there any numbers we need to call on bingo? Any numbers we should call on bingo that anybody can see? I'm game. Get in here. Just request to join. You're welcome to get in. I am probably going to play some after stream. I do need to play some killer for sure. Because I am not yet eerie on killer. But I am probably going to play some survivor too. That's an interesting fact, Angel Lepan. Very interesting fact. Look at that Jeff fit. Look at that Jeff fit. Let's go. No VC right now. No VC right now, Orion. No VC right now. I'm gonna put us on the drop scene. If anybody else wants to join, feel free to request. You guys can drop, !drop plus your emote while we're here. Woo! Goodness gracious. Yeah, let me see if I have any flashlights on him. Let me see if I have any flashlights on him. Let's see. We have 2 open spots, so if anybody wants to join, you can. I do have some flashlights. There you go. You also have flashlights? Morgan, you can just hop right in. Just request to join and join in. Just to request to join. Like, on Steam. Just hop right in. Because we're already friends, I think, on Steam, right? And if we're not, that's my Steam code. You just go to my profile and request to join. Also, guys, go follow Morgan. Go follow Morgan if you haven't. Hello? Morgan, I don't know why your auto shoutout didn't go off, but go follow that heckin' queen right there. Heckin' queen. Hello? Queen Morgan? Queen Morgan? We love her. We love her. I was looking for a flashlight. Go make some food, Nepo. Go make some food. If you wanna hang out later, you know you're always welcome. You're always welcome, Nepo. You can play whatever you want, by the way, Orion. It's up to you. I don't mind. I don't mind. Sounds good, Phantasm. DVD's expensive. How much is it? What even is that symbol? What? That's not dollars. What is that? I don't even know what that symbol is. I love you, Sarah. I love you. How about them apples? Guys, if you're not following Sarah, what are you doing with your life? She's here, sleep typing, like the heckin' goddess that she is. Go follow her. Yours is broken right now? Your shoutouts or your Steam? Shana's a hater. We determined that earlier when we were talking about me hating maps. We determined that earlier. Ads. Oh, wait. Okay. You know what? We should probably run them. because they start in 3 minutes anyway. Let's run them while we're waiting for everybody to join. Oh my god, you're totally fine. You're totally fine, Morgan. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. We're gonna run ads, so. Nobody misses anything. While we're waiting for everybody to join. Once Morgan gets in here, we do have room for one more if anybody wants to join. If anyone wants to play. Oh, the auto shoutouts? What do you use, Morgan? I did get healed by someone. We can call that. Ah, sorry. Big sneeze. I did heal somebody. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. You're fine, Morgan. Take your time. No worries. No worries. I mean, I didn't say I'm dead. I did say I don't know how I'm gonna make it out. Does that count? You guys decide. You guys decide. Just be lurking these days, but I haven't stopped watching. Sister-in-law's getting married tomorrow. Big congrats to your sister-in-law, Coley. Pass it on, please. Big congrats. I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate the lurks. So, I mean, whether you're lurking, chatting, whatever, it means the heckin' world to me. So I heckin' appreciate it. I hope you know that. And seriously, congrats to your sister-in-law. Thank you for the gazoon tights, Solvin. Definitely will. Thank you. That's amazing. You don't have to say where if it's like doxing. But like, is she having like a big wedding somewhere cool, or is she having a big like honeymoon somewhere interesting? How many? We did have 3 people on 1 gen at one point. It was very short, but it happened. 2 people on 1 gen. Morgie! Let's go. Thank you for the bless yous and the gazoon tight. Wait. Why 6 months? Why 6 months? Ghosty, you've been a mod here for way longer than that. Is it because we changed your mod status to the lead mod? Is that why? Has it been 6 months since lead mod?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Is that what that is? We did talk about ghost energy with Twyla. I think vodka literally just barked. Ash, enjoy your Wraith wrap. Ghosty's only been here 6 months? That's crazy. We have room for one more, Ghosty, if you want to hop in, by the way. Or anybody. I was just going through bingo really quickly. See if there's anything I need to call. I think we're good. Just woke up and I'm hungry. Go get some food then. Go get some food then. It's all good. That's crazy. 6 months as lead mod though. Big wedding, like 1,500 people. That's insane, Coley. Sheesh, that's a lot of people. Wow. I mean, that's gonna be a crazy party. You getting me food? I would if I could. I would if I could. Sylvan. The game end already? No. You're welcome to jump back in if you want to, Phantasm. You're welcome to jump back in. Just watched Terrifier 2 for the first time. What'd you think of it? We're not doing VC right now, Ghosty. Oh, you're waiting on your glizzy? Okay. Okay. Wound up spending like $250,000 on the... Wow. I mean, for 1,500 people, I guess that like kind of makes sense. But that's crazy. I don't even know, like, if I were to have a wedding and someone were to say, I need you to invite 1,500 people, I don't even know who I would invite to fill out that roster. Unless I was just like, all right, here's the close people to me that I am definitely inviting. And then like, all right, the next however many people from, you know, the community on Twitch and YouTube who want to come, you get to come. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Invite yourself. That would exactly. That would have to be what it would be. That'd have to be what it would be. I give it like a 7 out of 10. It was good, but it didn't hook me. But I'm getting to know the lore. It's such a good series. Such a good series, Ash. And Art the Clown is just like... He's iconic. He's iconic, honestly. For real, I don't know if I even know 1,500 people. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. Only because of how many people I've met through streaming and through YouTube. But like, if you were to say like, no, like I'm close to those people, then no. Zombies is 1,500 people. Is that how it works when you're a zombie and you're part of a horde? You just are all of the horde. You are the horde. I'd invite all the dogs and cats at the shelters. Oh my god, that's so cute. That is actually such a cute idea. That is such a cute idea. Feed them, play with them, and then go home because I know nobody. Wait, that is such a cute idea though. Plan to watch the third movie soon. Such an icon, but I like the first movie more. That's fair. You're gonna love the third movie, I think. I think the third movie is maybe the best one. It's maybe the best one. I did not add you on Discord, Glowing Paper. If you got a friend request and a message and stuff from me, it was not me. There are fake accounts of me and several of my friends, actually, floating around. Please report them. Please report them. It was not us. It was not us. I don't add people randomly. And they will eventually ask you for money. They will eventually ask you for money. So, if they have not already. It was not I, and I'm sorry about that. There's not really anything that I can do to stop it. Unfortunately, I wish I could. But yeah, they just don't care. They just don't care, so.
Miss Ice Queen just traded with 15 views.
Miss Ice Queen, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following Miss Ice Queen, please take a moment and hug the button that's the top of your screen. Go show Miss Ice Queen lots of love. It is free to do so, so why would you not? How are you? Welcome in. Oh, we got a double raid. Only one Miss Pow Pow. There's going to be a little bit of a cooldown, but also please hug the button for only one Miss Pow Pow as well and show some love over there. Once again, follows are free. So please go do that. I am not famous. I'm not famous. Finally made a YouTube video calling them out. Then they switched their... Oh my god. That's crazy, Morgan.
Only one Miss Pow Pow just traded with 9 views.
I don't understand the fake Discord accounts. It's so annoying. Like, and they're literally just scamming people. They're literally just scamming people. Ooh, it's a Karasu. How was your stream? Only one Miss Pow Pow. Welcome in, welcome in. Mild Mike Ice, welcome in. How is everybody? Yeah, don't add anyone you don't know on Discord. Don't add anyone you don't know. For sure. Oh, Ghosty's sick. Hold on, I'm coming, Ghosty. She wasn't in her head form, but I still wasn't gonna let her take my ghosty. Wow, she just left me. She really wants ghosty. Holy shit. Soggy, welcome in. Miss Ice Cream, welcome in. Yumiverse, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Guys, tell me about your streams. When are you streaming next? Thank you. Oh, that was a little bit of a lag right there. Nothing major, but just a teeny one.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Double raid hype. That's right. That's right. Met you to the lovely Nepo Daddy. I heckin' love Nepo. Slugsy. Oh, I dodged a bullet. Apparently. I don't know what that was about. You dropped your flashlight. Oh, she has the perk. Wait, did she make me drop mine? She did make me drop my flashlight. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to find my flashlight. I'm supposed to flashlight somebody. For bingo. Vibing on some repo tonight. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody's been playing lots of repo lately. Well, she doesn't have nowhere to hide. Alright, I'm nowhere near Morgan, but I'm gonna go try and get her. I'm gonna go try and get her. I don't want her to go second. I'm here for you, Morgan. I got you, boo. Whoa. Oh, she's coming. Oh, shit. Run, Morgan, run. Run, Morgan. Don't shoot. You're not gonna tunnel, Morgan. Run, Morgan. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think there was much you could do there. Oh no, no! Oh Ryan, you should have gotten out of there. Whisper mode. Zombies. I don't know that I can do whisper mode right now. I'm gonna be real honest with you. You should maybe refund yourself. I don't know that I can do that because I'd have to mess with the volumes on everything. Nobody's gonna be able to hear me. Nobody gonna be able to hear me. Thank you, Morgan. I think we should get out of here and I'll heal you if you want. Okay. Happy Pride, everybody, by the way. Where is she? Oh my god, she's right there. She's gonna come. Alright, I need to figure out where the hell my flashlight is. I need to get a heal off on somebody too so I can have my conviction. Otherwise, I'm fucked. Wait, did I get a heal off? I don't remember. No, it's okay. It's okay, Ghosty. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Oh my god, we are all right here. That's not good. We've gotten only one gen done. Let me come down here. See if I can get Orion. Ghosty, no! Wait, where'd Orion go? Why can't I see his hook anymore? Oh my god. That was not a fun place to try and do any kind of getting away from her. I don't know why I couldn't see where his hook was. I was like, he's still on the hook. Where the fuck is he? Thank you, Orion. I finished healing you. We need to get out of here. I'm so dead. Nope, nope. She went for Orion. Okay. I dropped my flashlight again, though. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Avenge my corpse? I don't know that I'm gonna be able to. She's been playing a little interestingly. I don't know. We'll just say a little interestingly. And I've not been playing well this round, so I've not been playing well this round. I've been doing very poorly. Morgan, no! I don't have my flashlight, Morgan. I can't help you. Did she just drop Morgan? Is she slugging? She's slugging. Wow. Please be a med kit. Please be a med kit. Oh, nice. Morgan's up. It's a frickin' map. Anybody need a map? Bullshit. Oh, Lightborn? You think she is Lightborn? Let me just cleanse this totem, get some extra perks, or not perks, blood points, and then I'll see if maybe I can sneak over and get Morgan up. I don't know if I'll be able to. Oh, nope, she's near me. Also, that'll keep me from getting crows on me. Do, 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 do. What's it like being so bad you have to slug to win? I'm such an ass. I'm not giving it to you. She's the Kurasu. There's like a very specific way that you kind of have to play against her. We'll have to teach you sometime, Morgan, but she was also playing a little weird, especially in the beginning, but this person and the way that she's playing with like slugging to try and get the 4K, this is a BS way to win, especially because you don't have to get a 4K to win. And it's just, this is called being stinky, especially because I'll just bleed myself out in the basement rather than give you the Mori that you want. Unless you were playing well the whole game and being a fun killer, and if you did what she just did, no. If you did what she just did, this is what I do. I make you suffer too. I make you suffer too. I'm not gonna make it easy for you. And she's gonna get her 4K, but the thing is too, like, people will try and adept, and if this happens and I bleed out, you don't get your adept. She's not adepting though. She's not adepting though, because she has the perk that makes you drop your item, which is not a Kurasu perk. Unless they have a quest that needs a 4K, it's the only excuse. I mean, even then, playing like that it's still, you can get a 4K without playing like that. It's a skill issue. Get good. I don't know. They almost never look in basement. Whee! We gotta do one more, guys. We gotta do one more. We gotta do one more. Satum Andler. That's a funny username. What do they mean, what? Oh, it's good luck next match. Oh, Morgan.
Nightmare,
We'll do one more. We'll do one more if you want to play again.
Nightmare, nightmare,
We'll do one
nightmare.
more. Oh, you're done for now? Okay. Oh, okay. Also, hi, Cooper. Guys, go follow my best friend, Cooper, if you've not already. If you've not already. That's my best friend. I believed you. I believed you, Ghosty. I believed you. We have room for one more. If anybody wants to get in, we're going to do one more game, and then we're going to raid out. We're going to raid out. If you guys aren't following my best friend, though, you're breaking the law. So, I'm just saying. Don't break the law. Follow my best friend. Kurasu, that's the killer. That's the killer, Morgan. No bingo winners so far. We might get some on the next round. You never know. You never know. I did say skill issue on that last round. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna ready up. Hopefully I can actually use my flashlight this round. Hopefully. We'll see. I say good luck next match to, like, pretty much everybody. Pretty much everybody. Oh, we did have camping with the artist. We can call that. Bum, 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 bum. Pug on drugs. Oh my god, what a cute name. What a cute name. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. We'll need to play again together though sometime, Morgan. Also, guys, again, if you're not following Morgan, go follow her. Morgan's a heckin' cutie, and you guys will love her. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can call. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. Let's just test it. What I get. I got the sun. I got the sun. Safe. Yeah, I think maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they're a boomer. Oh god. Everybody's favorite map, you guys. Raccoon City. Hi, Sable. I'll work with you. We love Sables around here. Not used too much these days, if I'm being honest, but it's a nice gesture and I like it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, it's a Chucky? That's terrifying. Okay. Where is he? Ooh. Not my pop cup. I'll go get my pup cup in a second. I think I want to see which way he's coming from. Up there. He's gonna kick that gen. Yep. Okay, he's going to the other side. I'll go get the pup cup. Nope. I think Orion got pup cup. I'll help heal though. Let me touch my pup cup. Beautiful. Okay. Dinner's done. Ooh, enjoy your dinner. Enjoy, enjoy. Yes, Sable. Get your loop on. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where to flashlight on Chucky. I've never really known, so. Let's go. Oh my god, Sable is a looping goddess. Let's go, Sable. Sable, my goat. Bye, Morgan. Hi, Cheese. How are you? Welcome in. Guys, go check out my friend Cheese if you've not before. Where is she? No, I can't help her with my flashlight. Disrespectful. Ooh. My scream, though, also disrespectful. Oh, I just ran into the wall. I'm gonna go down.
You're mine, asshole.
I was trying to tell you she ran that way. Yeah, I realized that. I realized that. But Chucky was nearby, and I didn't want to run after her with Chucky nearby. Oh. We're gonna need to heal up so we can get Ghosty. Nope, Chucky's coming. Fuck. This is not gonna work. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if Orion's on his way to get Ghosty or not. But we need to get Sable too. Okay. And we need to get the door open. You're on second hook, Sable. Sable! Sable, but you're on second hook. Oh, the door's right here. Ghosty, are you at a door? If you're at the door, get out. Run. Run, guys. Run. 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 Ghosty, get out. Ghosty, get out. All right. That was really good, guys. That was really good. Oh, wait, Ghosty's still in there? Ghosty, no! Ghosty, what happened?
Fun's over, dipshit!
Ghosty! Not my Ghosty. W Ghosty. W Ghosty. Ghosty saved all of us. Ghosty saved all of us. Can we get some W's for Ghosty? W Ghosty. For sure. W Ghosty. Alright, you know what we're gonna do as well? If you're here and you have a bingo card, thank you, Alexis. Thank you. Check your bingo card. This is your reward for staying all night. This is your reward for staying all night. Alright. Let's see. We gotta go raid now. I think I'm going to try and get my killer to Erie post-stream. Let's go share some love. Let's go share some love, guys. We'll be back on Tuesday. But Sunday, if you want to hang out and watch some DBD with us for the celebration, I will be in Discord. Come hang out in Discord. Because there's lots of good stuff happening for DBD. And it's exciting, and we can't go to the actual party in Canada, so we're gonna have our own party in Discord and watch the celebration and play games. So come hang out in Discord on Sunday with us. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Nah, I'm good. That's okay, you'd make it tinky anyway. Grab whichever raid message you would prefer. Whichever one you would prefer. Let's see. How long has she been on? I don't think she usually streams this late. Okay, I think she might be raiding out. I'm not positive, but I think so. So, let's see. He's playing Escape the Backrooms. I think we might go show some love to a night terror that you guys know very well. Because she's on some DBD tonight. And I love her. And that's really the only reason that I need. But I just want to make sure we don't have anybody newer that we should go sneak on. Yeah, I think right now we should go do that. I think we should go do that. So grab whichever raid message works for you. Whichever one tickles your fancy. And we're gonna go say hi to this heckin' cutie patootie known as Girl Jeffrey. Known as Girl Jeffrey. Or as Zombo likes to call her, Girl Leffrey. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on. Baka, I love you. Welcome in. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. If you guys don't know Baka, go check out Baka. I love Baka so much. I love Baka so much. I miss you, Baka. I miss you. I hope you know I heckin' adore you. Life's been insane for all of us lately. In different ways, but I hope you know I heckin' love you so much, and I miss you. I think about you all the time, so I hope you know that. But we need to catch up sometime, so grab whichever raid message works. Like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday. Come celebrate DBD's birthday with us on Sunday in Discord if you'd like. I'll be hanging out in there. We're gonna go say hi to Girl Jeffrey. And yeah, follow the socials, do the things. We have 2 new YouTube videos up. Go show them some love if you can. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? So, good night, guys. Take care of yourselves. Also, big thank you to the Raiders. Go show the Raiders lots of love, too. But good night, everybody.